Maybe zoom it. Ah! Yeah, YouTube broke everything and made it like not fun. I think that's about right. How did we do this last time? There we go. Yeah, we're getting it all set up because YouTube made it purposely terrible to do live streams on the phone now, so I gotta do everything all crazy. Oh, maybe because I was doing it backwards last time? I don't know what the hell I did. I think that's what I did. I know, I'm sorry. Let's try this again. I'm gonna reverse this thing. You guys are probably like, this guy's a noob. I'm like, no, YouTube broke everything, guys. I promise you. It wasn't this shitty before. There we go. Alright. There's no way to preview. There's no way to do this without. What is all this? Look at this. Jeez. Alright. When you use you can't use the front-facing camera. When you use the rear-facing camera, it's like automatically in like some kind of pulled back minus zoom mode. It's terrible. Alright. I think that's legit. Something like that. We'll figure it out. Let's see if it's even streaming. Oh man. I am exhausted. Oh, I just got a beep. What did it say live? What the hell? Never mind. All right. It actually looks so bad without the other light on. It can look like that. Let's see this one off. How about this? Ooh, I kind of like this. It's kind of like, all right, I can deal with that light. It's kind of cool. Oh wait, let me take the other one off. See how that looks. Ah, that's better. Hello, Gabby. How you doing? I'm just setting up. YouTube broke the mobile live stream function, so I have to do everything crazy now. So it takes me a second to get set up. How you doing this evening? Good to hear, good to hear. Whew, 12 people? Oh man. It's always, right when the stream starts, Google will send me about 8 to 15 people who have never seen me before. Half of them are bots. They don't say anything intelligent. Then they leave, and then they send the notifications out to people who know me. In little trickles. I got 1,000 people on my list, and only 5 of them ever see my notifications. On top of that, I find it odd that they broke the front-facing camera. They took away all the chat options from menu here. I'm gonna open up the. I mean, I can stream professional level. I have an entire stream rig for my gaming channel set up right here. But I'm not gonna do that to do, a chat hangout monologue, It just doesn't make any sense. So, testing out different lighting and stuff. See how this works out. I got the ring light, so that's all right, it's cool. It's kind of bright, I might burn my eyes out. Yeah, so welcome to the party. My training progress, week 2. Everything hurts. I feel like I'm going to explode. Oh, God. Everything hurts. Everything hurts. But I think I got the camera to not be in that weird zoom. Said hi. I said hi. Hi. Welcome to the free fascia, facials, and philosophy on YouTube. It's an inside joke for where Tai Chi people don't know what it means. It's not what you think. Oh. So I'm trying to keep on a schedule to give my training progress report. And everything hurts. I remember now I know why I stopped training. And I've been doing the form every day for the last couple of years, but that's all I do. I haven't been training. And holy shit. Like when you're doing it for 20-something years, like, you know, you get used to this stuff, but then when you stop for a couple of years and you go back, you're like, why did I ever like this? This was not fun. I used to like, this is like how I felt my entire life. And I just used to walk around like this. And like, I remember these feelings, but why do these feelings not bother me as much back then? It's like, I hate this. Everything's sore, you feel like your body's buzzing. But we have to do it. Did you know that after age 30, your decrease in muscle mass will actually make you more prone to diabetes? On top of like bad diet, but like you have to keep your muscle mass up. So like, you know, all these Tai Chi people, the more I go back into, you know, studying my notes and reviewing all my research from decades ago, I'm like, why did I ever even question myself and listen to these idiots? Because some fairy tale master told them, if you ever do anything other than the form and like sit on your ass, you won't be a Tai Chi master. I'm like, no, I'm not doing this. I'm gonna make an army of super hot, super deep, like there'd be like a whole army of Tai Chi women who would be like super hot, and then have a whole bunch of terracotta soldier Tai Chi guys. Okay, the next 10 years, that's my goal. I'm gonna have an army of like terracotta soldier looking motherfucking Tai Chi dudes, and a whole bunch of hot little fitness chicks doing Tai Chi. That's gonna be the new wave. That's gonna be the new cool thing to do. We're gonna make, you know how fucking Orange Man bad makes America great again? We're gonna make Tai Chi great again. Just as a challenge, I'm gonna make fucking Tai Chi cool again. It's gonna be the cool thing to do. Cause I remember when Tai Chi was cool. You know, I got the tail end of it. The 60s and 70s, you had all these like, you know, actors and models and fitness people all doing Tai Chi. Everybody was skinny and hot, or at least like not nasty looking. And then like in the middle of 2000s, everybody went fucking sideways, and it just became this fucking, the same as like all the McDojo shit. Everything went to shit at the same time. It all went to shit at the same time. So that's my goal. I'm gonna give myself diesel again, and I'm gonna prove that you can use Tai Chi to combat the damage you're gonna do from doing hard workouts. And you can use the hard workouts to make your Tai Chi strong. And I'm gonna be a case study. I'm gonna prove everybody wrong. And you're gonna see it on video. Because I'm gonna get fucking shredded in diesel again. I'm reactivating my superhero mode. And then you're gonna see me do push hands. I'm gonna do all the magic Faji woo tricks. And then everyone's gonna have to shut the fuck up. Well, you can't lift a weight, and you can't do push-ups, and you can't have fun and do Tai Chi. You have to walk like a snail and don't do anything cool. And for anybody watching this replay coming up, for everybody who talks about the fascia thing, because this is the, you know, it always keeps coming back with the trolls. Every couple of weeks or months, some other troll comes back and says, I'm not fascia, he doesn't know how to use the fascia, well, even though I'm fucking the only one certified to talk about the shit. How is it that every single motherfucking Tai Chi person who's talking about the fascia, not a single one of them owns a foam roller or has any like examples of doing formal or myofascial compression technique, which I'm certified in. Okay, literally have a certification called myofascial compression technique. I think I'm the only one in the Tai Chi world that has that certification, but I'm not qualified to talk about the fascia. I got that certification in 2012. So I'm not qualified to talk about fascia. But not a single one of these guys has a foam roller. You can see I have an entire wall of torture devices for the fascia. Okay? Every one of my students and clients for the last 15 years has had to go through a whole myofascial compression series before I even train them. Sifu Shirley from, formerly EAP, whatever the fuck, who's now under me at Tai Chi United, you ask her, and her first 6 weeks was nothing but myofascial compression techniques. Okay, I'm the only one in the field that teaches Tai Chi and martial arts that makes fascia part of the prehab rehab routine that's actually systemized. So for anybody else who has anything else to say about the stupid fascia, until I see you guys with a fucking foam roller in your video and teaching it, shut the fuck up. Okay, there's your free Fascial Friday philosophy. I had to get that out there because I know you guys are really stalking my stands, my stalker fans. You know how they get together and they look for any little thing they can attack, and they go on their forums and they talk shit about me and make me famous. Talk about that. Talk about how everybody's been talking about the goddamn fascia. 3 years since I made that video, no one's ever refuted it. I had one guy they sent to talk shit, and he was a doctor from Russia who agreed with me. I'm waiting this, and I even made an offer. Because one of these trolls went to Secret Show's page saying, Damien is not qualified to talk about the fascia. And I gave him a little explanation. I said, listen, you or any of your friends wants to debate me on the use of fascia in Tai Chi or in martial arts, have at it. We'll go on the live stream. I can do a live stream right here. I'll go on your live stream. I'll call in. I'll meet you somewhere. We can have the debate. We'll do it live, and we'll see how unqualified I am on the subject. In fact, I'll even bring the book, who I got and met. I sat in on his course for 4 days, and I got the book, okay, from the man who started it all in the fascia world, okay? So I want to end this once and for all. I'm going to end this once and for all. I'm the king of fucking fascia in Tai Chi, okay? I'm the master of the fascia universe in Tai Chi. The fascia on my balls is this big. That's how much fascia I know, okay? And then if it was of any importance in the Tai Chi, in actual practical application, I would have said it 20 years ago. The one person I like who discusses it is the Mark Ramos guy, the videos I've seen of him. I haven't seen too much, but like a couple of years ago, I seen his video and started talking about this stuff. And he's always talking about from a Qigong visualization aspect. And then the idiots, they went and they started copying that guy from Source Amnesia, but 3 levels down. No one knows where the fuck it's from. I remember I watched the whole thing happen. And they take little clips, they go, that's the new buzzword. We're going to talk about the fascia now. And then you have fucking idiots 6 levels down, have no idea what they're talking about. The fascia, So, that was my gripe today. I just had this epiphany that, I was working out, I did my routine, I'm on the roll of torturing myself. I'm like, wait a second. Not a single one of these motherfuckers who talks about the fascia ever teaches anyone how to do anything important like myofascial compression techniques. It's just like the standard in the fitness world for the last 20 years. Not a single Tai Chi person talks about that. It's the weirdest thing. Yet, those same people who the little Stan Stalker fans who come to troll me, they don't even know what a foam roller is or how to use one. Strict isometrics better than slow-moving forms? For what? I don't think they're better or worse. It depends on what the outcome goal is. And hello, by the way. So isometric contraction, right? It just means holding something still, doing the plank. So Tai Chi is a moving plank. Okay, it's like the standing tree pose, but then you're just moving the standing tree pose around. We call that dynamic stability or static mobility, depending on which school, trainer schools. I prefer dynamic stability over static mobility. I think it's a stupid fucking term. But dynamic stability is being able to hold a plank and then move while holding a plank. And this is in baby terms, okay? Most people don't do Tai Chi correctly. Their hands are limp and they're just going through poses and nothing in their hands. You know, you want to think like you're doing a plank, a full plank, and that's 100%, and then relax and find the bare minimum that you can hold yourself in that plank, and that's approximately where you should be when you're doing the form. If you're doing like Yichuan or like, it's the closest approximation of how to explain what you should feel in your body when you're doing the Tai Chi form. You know? So I don't think it's better or worse, but what are you trying to accomplish? Are you trying to like build like muscle? I mean, obviously yes, a strict isometric where you're weight loaded is going to be better than, you know, moving around if you want, because in my opinion, time under tension is, you know, really the biggest thing, especially for like tendons, ligaments, and sinew. So it's really what you're trying to accomplish. You know what I mean? So if you're trying to get like in shape, build up muscle tissue, you know, just having yourself in crawling patterns is the best way to get in shape fast. All the strong men for ages all did calisthenics and isometrics. Isometrics should be the bedrock of all fitness, right? The only problem is when you start doing it too old, you know, it can cause, you know, if it's something you should start off with. If you're older, you gotta do it easy because it puts stress in your heart and your veins and stuff if you're too weak and you're all messed up. Because the problem with most people is they come to Tai Chi too late. And, you know, because I'm smarter than everybody, you know, now I'm boasting, because I'm smarter than everybody, I said, I'm going to start this shit as early as possible. Because I started, you know, I'm like, not going to wait until I'm fucking 60. I'm going to do this at 20. Actually, I was like 17 when I started doing it. So I'm reading all these health benefits. I'm thinking, like, why would I wait? Wouldn't I want to put my money in the bank early? But, you know, isometrics are great. You know, I personally, like, that's the thing I think is the most important thing. Tai Chi is a regression. You make it easier, you know, like if you do a push-up and you have girl push-ups and you do on your knees, Tai Chi is a regression of a plank, right? It's a moving plank. That's what it should feel like. It should feel like a plank at 30% of your max capacity. And you should be moving the plank around the whole time. It shouldn't be limp, but it shouldn't be rigid. And the reason why I say it's a moving plank, because when you're doing a plank and you're pushing away, you're not really, after a while, you're not opening and closing these muscles. You're really stretching, because it's the only way you can hold yourself up after you fatigue. That's because the big muscles fatigue pretty fast. ATP and the physiological acids, so they die out. Within 2 minutes, you're just stretching, because you don't have any other way to hold yourself. And when you get to that stretch place, that's the feeling of Tai Chi that I'm looking for. And that's why when people feel like bridge, they say, oh, you're losing too much Li. I'm like, I haven't started yet. This is just how I stand. So yeah, definitely isometrics for calisthenics, anything with body weight and apparatus is to me the highest, most important thing you can do. Oil up, baby. So that's the highest level of what you should be doing. And I don't care if you're a bodybuilder or a fucking powerlifter, any kind of fitness, a runner, you should be doing calisthenics and isometrics. You know, it's the bedrock of human movement. Calisthenics for everybody. All the strongest people in the world that stayed healthy the longest all did calisthenics. Every single one, okay, man, woman, child. All good kung fu is fucking calisthenics. All good karate is fucking calisthenics. Right? Boxers, you know, the old school boxers, they were all doing fucking calisthenics. Real man does calisthenics before and after they do the deadlift and bench press, if they're smart. If they're smart. But guys who want to fight, deadlift and bench press is fucking useless. It's fucking useless. It's actually the risk-reward ratio for a deadlift is way too high. It's way too high. Deadlift is actually a really shitty exercise when you look at statistics, the probability of you getting injured for the amount of benefit. You know what I mean? It's just not worth it. It really isn't. Deadlifts are fucking stupid. I mean, straight bar deadlifts anyway. There's ways to use the deadlift as a hip hinge and for like functional movement. You could do deadlifts, it's fine. But deadlifts is a recipe for disaster because there's too much that can go wrong. When you get hurt, it's because of high velocity, high repetition, or excessive load. Excessive fucking reps, excessive velocity, excessive load. That's the way you get hurt. So when you're trying to stop or change directions, so those are the things when you really, the 5 ways you get fucked, right? Excessive weight, excessive velocity, excessive load, stopping and changing direction. That's when you get really fucked up. Yeah, you could, until you fucking pop a disc, and then your wife's gonna fucking leave you because you can't fuck anymore. Well, you probably not fucking her anyway, she's probably fucking you. But the point is, CrossFit kept my rent paid for a couple of years. Because I can't tell you how many fucking idiots came to me after they popped some shit. Because it's too easy to do it wrong. I'm trolling you, man. I'm from Brooklyn. You come from my fucking stream troll. I'm gonna out-troll the troll anytime. I'm the biggest troll. I'm the fucking king of the trolls. But I still have to give the fucking knowledge and the philosophy to the people who aren't trolls who are gonna listen to this bullshit. So, excessive load, excessive velocity, excessive repetition, stopping and changing direction is when you really fuck yourself up. And the deadlifts, it's a difficult exercise to not have a false fulcrum in your lower back or just to fucking tear shit for no fucking reason, There's better exercises, there's better ways of doing a hip hinge that are less dangerous for the general population. Unless you just like lifting shit and putting it down as a sport, go ahead, that's what we do. We break our bodies for fucking entertainment. I used to fucking kick parking meters. I have knots all over my goddamn shins, we do stupid fucking things. Humans are retarded. So, I'm not gonna knock like powerlifting as a sport, Olympic lifting, but for general population, the deadlift's a piece of shit. Bench press is a piece of shit. You're much better off doing cable flies, or like even a Smith machine, as stupid as it sounds. General population is way better off. The straight bar bench press is it's fucking stupid. From a functional movement perspective or a martial arts perspective, straight bar lifts are stupid. A martial artist should not be using a straight bar ever. It should only be like dumbbells and kettlebells. Preferably kettlebells, but if you could use dumbbells, there's ways of doing it that are good. Problem with the dumbbell for a fighter is that you're loading the weight laterally. So when you have a dumbbell in your hand, the weight is on the outsides. It's not in the bone marrow. As a martial artist, we need to put stress on the inside of the bone marrow, especially like if you're, for shins and things like that. Like that's the one thing I would say, like, squats, like with a straight bar, squats would be a decent concept to build shin conditioning for like Muay Thai and things like that, because it's not just the tapping and getting the nerve. You have to compress the bone marrow up and down so that the inside gets thick. Because that's why people shatter their fucking shins. They don't do stance training. They don't do things like compressing long enough to get the bones on the inside going up and down to get thick enough. So they just tap their shin, blah, 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 and then they get fucking kicked and the shit explodes. And they're like, oh, I did the glass and I tapped my shins for an hour. It's like you only did was build up the outside. The inside's fucking, it's like a chicken bone. So there's nothing in there. But what do I know? I'm just a pretty boy on TV. I don't know what I'm talking about. Don't listen to me. I'm just a pretty boy on TV. I don't know what I'm talking about. But yeah, if you're over 30, stay the fuck away from deadlifts unless you were doing them your whole life and you're very good at them. It's just not worth it. It really isn't worth it. I mean, like, unless it's a specific purpose or some kind of like rehab thing, being monitored and all that. There's so many better hip hinge exercises. Just fucking like weighted glute bridges or fucking like, anything else. Anything else than like making your entire body, it's into a third class lever. Like, that's what it feels like, you know? Making your spine into you make your spine to a third class number. You know, it's like, it's fucking stupid. And I can tell you because, you know, I didn't hurt myself ever deadlifting, but I hurt my back so many times that not doing martial arts, getting car accidents, that's why I really got fucked up. And I was never driving. Meanwhile, I've been hit by taxis on my motorcycle in New York and not a scratch. I just recently drove off a truck on my motorcycle. Got up another fucking scratch. Fucking, I'm sitting as a passenger princess in a fucking car and getting wrecked. So I had to be careful with my back. My back was broken. I completely fucking broke. I couldn't tie my shoes for a year. And so like I did deadlifts. I did all the things. I tried everything. But like I can feel like, you know, I can feel if I didn't keep the form, it was going to explode. And like, you know, I'm a form Nazi. I was like, I have to make it perfect. You know, everything's going to be perfect. It's just too much stress. And then speaking with all the doctors I was training at the clubs, and like speaking to the chiropractors and the surgeons and all the fucking other people, and it's consensus that deadlifts are fucking stupid. So, unless you're like a competitor who likes doing deadlifts, don't fucking do it. You know, find something else to do. You know? Have more sex. That's a hip hinge. Fuck as much as possible. Do weighted fucking. Like put a fucking weighted vest on and go like this. You know? Get as much hip rotations as you can. People need to fuck more. See, people, even in Taoism, there's a left hand and right hand path. You know? Hey, what's up, Dan? Oh my god, I had a rough training day and a rough night last night. I was on call last night to some fucking catastrophe, and then today I had a train and I was doing the fucking form in the pool for an hour. And you know, everybody who does Tai Chi, I would recommend you do your form in an actual pool, because I always say to people, and my students, imagine you're in a pool neck height. If any of you've bought my workshops, you'll hear me say this. You know, you're in a pool at neck height and you're floating in the pool. I think I said it in a couple of videos earlier. But when you do it in the pool and you do it with the right conditions and you're floating, it's fucked up. Ass monkey. The gap. You get that gap. You're like, but yeah, the pool training, like, you know, I did my normal workout and then I went, oh man. Yeah, boy! Yeah, I'm from the fucking, I'm from the village of the hidden leaf. The Philly rap, blunt rap, the hidden leaf village. No, me drink that? No, that's an alcohol. This is apple juice. It's apple juice. You know, the only liquor I drink is Crazy Horse and Coke 45. You know what? Come on, Apple. Don't ruin the joke. Come on. I haven't seen Crazy Horse Coke 45 in a fucking decade. We used to, like, in the hood, back in the day, we used to make something called a Mac Daddy. And a Mac Daddy is when you take Crazy Horse. I don't know if you know if you're old enough to know what Crazy Horse is. Crazy Horse was a 40-ounce malt liquor, right? And we used to get Crazy Horse and Hawaiian Punch, and you mix them together, and it's called a Mac Daddy. And we used to like have all the, you know, when we were teenagers, you have all the, you know, parties with the girls and shit. And we used to make Mac Daddies for the girls, and we'd have like these like fucking, you know, we'd play dance hall fucking reggae music and shit, and we'd be like, it was crazy. It was crazy, you know. And Old English, Oli, man, yeah. Oli was it. But Mac Daddy's the only name of Crazy Horse. Crazy Horse was, the Mac Daddy recipe was a Crazy Horse, it was Crazy Horse and Hawaiian Punch. Old English, what they fucking put Old English? It was something they made, it wasn't as popular, but every once in a while they would mix it with something. What the fuck did they mix it with? I can't remember, because we didn't drink it that often. I think I had like once or twice. But they used to mix Old English with something else. And I don't know why this happened this way. You know, because I was like 13, 14 at the time. And yes, in Eastern New York, in Canarsie, in Brownsville, like, you can go to the corner store and get, like, without ID, you can get alcohol and nickel bags of weed from any corner store in New York City. And the cops would always be raiding the places. No one gave a fuck. Like, at 14 years old, we used to do missions. And a mission would consist of, we would start off in one neighborhood, like, you know, we start off like in Canarsie, and we would drink a 40 ounce for every neighborhood, and we'd walk from Canarsie to fucking Bay Ridge. That's like 15 miles, or 20 miles maybe. Something like that. It's far enough, I don't know, it was far. Like, I don't know exactly the mileage, it has to be maybe 10, at least 10 miles. You know what I mean? At least 10 miles. Like, and we would drink 40 the whole way, and then drink a 40 back, coming back. And then at the end, this was a ritual, okay? We would actually go to the Knights of Columbus, because my boy, you know, he got killed in a car chase, but his uncle was the bartender at the Knights of Columbus, and we used to go in underage, and we get free shots of Jack Daniels. So now we're loaded up on 2 40s and like 5 shots of Jack Daniels, and we're stumbling. This is like 14 to 16 years old, okay? None of us are over 16 at the point. And we're walking up all the way to the Arizona Bridge, and then we come all the way back. And we always stop at Kings Plaza Mall. We call it the Plaza of the Apes. And it was Flatbush and Avenue U. And we go, and on the Avenue U, the second Avenue U entrance, it was where like the Sbarro's was. And there was always a security guard, the same security guard for fucking years. And what started was, we had to pee really bad, because after drinking that much, we had to fucking take a piss. And he'd be sitting there reading his paper, we'd bang on the door, yo, let us fucking go in the bathroom, man. He was like, yeah, and the first time he was like, fuck you, I can't let you, but he was a dick about it. And it caused us to be on a vendetta. So every single time we went on this mission, we would stop at the King's Plaza, bang on the door, make him look at us, and then all piss on the door in front of him. So like 3 to fucking 10 of us, well, we don't mind just pissing on the fucking door, the security guard watching. And then after that, so I don't know if you know, like, because I don't think many places look like New York City. Maybe like Boston, maybe like Philly looks a little like it. Yeah, we were crazy kids in the 90s. We were fucking crazy. We did some crazy shit. Like, you would not believe what I told you, you know? But we did some fun stuff and some funny stuff. This is kind of funny. So, down the block, like, Brooklyn's, like, in that area is very overpopulated. And they're like townhouses that are side by side. And they'll have these front yards, but they won't have a side. So there's like front window and back window, but it's just like a string of houses and like 2-3 stories. And there's only a front side of the house windows and the back side of the house windows. And the only people that have side windows are the ones that have the corners. And the block, we call them blocks, because they're squares. So this is a nice area. It's called, I think it's called what the fuck's it called over there? I'm trying to remember what the area is called, but it's like Flatbush, like east of Avenue U in Flatbush, is like the 50s. And if you look on Google Maps, you'll see what I'm talking about. Look at Kings Plaza Mall. And so we would go, like, it was a pretty nice, you know, like lower middle class, I guess you call it, you know? So you'd have like these little yards, and they'd have like lawn ornaments, like, you know, garden gnomes, and every person had their own little ornaments, like a lawn, like some people have like Christmas shit. Christmas was the best. Christmas was the fucking best. So we would go every couple of months, we go on this mission. At the end of the mission, the end of the night, these are all guys from the karate school too, so we were fucking ninja about this shit. We would switch every single person's lawn ornaments And so each block, you have like one side of the street, one side of the street, and like 30 houses on each side. And we would mix and match every single motherfucker's lawn ornament. Some people should be across the street down the block. But we wouldn't just do it like fucked up. We did it artistic. We did it as if it was done on purpose. And we would notice that months would go by, and sometimes people would never put it back, and they didn't even notice it was changed. Like, just imagine you come outside one day, and the whole neighborhood is redone, but it's not done fucked up. It's done as if like some like lawn specialist came and did it for real. Like the garden gnomes put somebody else's shit facing the right direction with like the right decorations. Like if you would walk by, you would think nothing's wrong, but everything's wrong. Oh my God. Those people fucking must have hated us. But some people liked it because they haven't changed it. I guess like if people were neighbors, they knew they were neighbors. So they knew each other and they were like, what the fuck? And then they just like said, fuck it, let's leave it. Because it looked better. That's the time it looked better. Christmas was fucked up, and like Halloween was fucked up because Halloween and Christmas we would do like we would make like scenes. So like, you know, like Santa Claus would be fucking an elf. Like, you know, like we just do all fucked up shit. But it was never, we didn't break anything. Nothing was ever broken. That was the whole part of it though. Like, we couldn't break anything, we didn't steal anything. We just rearranged everything. Because the whole goal was to see how long would it take for them to notice it was changed, and how long would it take for the neighbors to decide who shit's whose. Oh my God. And you know, because these old guys like train with karate, so like we're like fucking little ninjas from like the, you know, village of the hidden fucking leaf. So we would like practice like being ninjas and shit. Like, you know, like no one heard a sound. Like not a single light ever came on. You didn't hear shit. We did that shit for years. No one ever caught us. And there's like literally like 100 people that lived there, and no one ever caught us. And we weren't hiding. We were like literally just walking up and down the block. Oh my God. I shouldn't be talking about this. I get myself in trouble. There's probably a statute of limitations for fucking childhood. It's not even vandalism. What do you call that? Like, what's the crime there? What's the crime for fucking minors rearranging ornaments? Is that like a... Oh my God. I'm sure 35 or whatever years it is, I'm sure the statute of limitations is over. I can talk about it. At least I hope so. Get a fucking knock on my door by fucking Homeland Security. We have reports of you rearranging lawn ornaments in 1993. Is this you? Oh my God. I can't even see who's even in here. Everybody comes in, no one hits the like button. Criminal landscaping, yeah. I like how everybody comes in, no one hits the like button. Because it's so fucking hard to say, oh, this guy's alone sharing his life story. I can't just press a fucking like button. They'll steal my content for years, no one hits the like button. Fucking scumbags. I don't even get pity likes. I don't even get pity likes. For the last 10 years I'm here, I don't even get fucking pity likes. It's disgusting. No one gives me any sympathy. Nobody appreciates me. Oh my God. I'm probably gonna go play some guitar soon. I was gonna see who came, who should come. I'm trying to figure out like what the schedule of people who actually come to check me out is. It seems like most people like to come in like the middle of the week. I've been on TV. I was on fucking a whole bunch of TV shows, a whole bunch of shit. I've been on the news a bunch of times for good and bad reasons. I can't say that one, but I've been on the news a couple of times. I've been on several TV shows. I've done interviews. I've done, I've toured the world doing all kinds of crazy performances. I've been on radio in 26 countries as a musician. I was a professional bondage rigger. I toured fucking America and fucking Canada, tying beautiful girls up from the ceiling like fucking art installations. I've been around. But I would never want to be on broadcast television. I want nothing to do with that world. The fucking reptilian aliens and the fucking, the V fucking alien fucking fucking brainwashing fucking shithole of mainstream fucking NPC people. They don't deserve me. I'm just too awesome. Honestly, the only reason why I'm not like, cause I know how to game the system. If I really wanted to, I can get around the shadow banning. I've allowed this to happen because it keeps me safe. Like I know how to game the system if I wanted to. I just don't want to. Like, I have like 20 or 30 album credits from fucking bands I worked with. I fucking did a whole bunch of shit. It's like the industry is so fucked. The entertainment industry is a fucking cesspool of shit. It's all like government propaganda, fucking mafias and fucking Satanists. It's a shithole. Like artists get fucked in every single way possible. You know what I mean? So my goal is like, next couple of years I'll write some symphonies, a couple of concertos, and then I'll try to get remembered after I'm gone. Like, it's just not worth it anymore. Like, they don't want, like, this is a shithole. And what am I going to do on television? They don't care about Kung Fu anymore. Everybody wants, like, sloppy fucking, like, monkey man and MMA. Like, there's no art, there's no, like, beauty in martial arts anymore. And it's so to the point where, like, people don't even think real martial arts exists. Like you have wushu dancing, and that's another thing. We're in a fucking legal situation with my friend here, and I'm really hoping that their master is stupid enough to admit that they're just a fucking dancer, because they're trying to do something that's kind of illegal, and in order for them to pull this off, they're gonna have to admit that wushu is nothing but dancing. And in order for them to accomplish what they want to do, the entire wushu world is going to turn on this person. It's going to be fucking amazing. Okay? Because they're so fucking arrogant and stupid. In order to fucking try to rip somebody off, they're going to have to try to bend the law. And if in some weird way they can accomplish this, they have to admit that they're just fucking dancers. Because you can't copyright martial arts forms. It's not legal. There's no legal precedent for that. So in order to try to copyright a form, you have to say you're a fucking dancer. In your opinion, what are these aliens really after? Well, we're not just mere mortal beings. Okay, this can get really complicated. And I can't tell you too much. One, because like I'm already fucked. Two, most people won't understand me, and three, it's really, you have to have a lot of backstory history to collaborate with what I'm saying. But aliens aren't aliens. That's number one. There are things the government has already, established. I can tell you what, they've established. There's this outer space thing is bullshit. There's no aliens from outer space. The aliens are here. There's aliens in the water, there's aliens. They're interdimensional, but there's no such thing as dimensions. Okay? That's another fucking thing to throw you off. Okay? Because everything's perceptual, right? So if everything's perceptual, there is no 4 and 5D. There's only density and frequency and phase. So most of the science that people are taught has to be thrown out the fucking window. So for me to explain to you what the ancient texts and what remote viewers are like, the problem with remote viewers is they can be thrown off because there's ways of viewing a hologram. Let's just explain it like that. Because reality is rendered as a blockchain. So there's a consensus ledger, and when you go and you view things, you can actually be viewing into a holographic projection. And that's why psychics, when they do readings, some psychics will, because it's like about timelines, you know, and you go something about like projected forward realities, or like basically different types of vibrational pathways, like reverberations and like fractals and like possibilities. So what tends to happen is you'll have a group of psychics that say, oh, Trump's going to lose the 2024 election. And you have another group of psychics, Trump's going to win. And the psychics who were predicted that he was going to lose were correct reading that timeline that never happened. But it can also be a projection, because if enough people are, it's an observer effect. If enough people are projecting on that concept, they create a reverberation in the ether field. So there's actually like this false vibrating construct that people are seeing that's an actual thing, but then you have the actual timeline, which is why I drew the map out of how the hypercube of seeing reality is. So there's a higher probability projections than other projections, and then that's how that happens. So when you talk about like remote viewers seeing aliens, and they try to like, another thing you have to deal with your OODA loop, when you're viewing something, in order for you to process it, you have to go into your past memory bank. So most remote viewers who were taught in Western science will have, you know, a fucking heliocentric globe model. They have American history. They have a certain set of history. So when they go and they get a viewing, they have to decode it with the past of their past and whatever their data set is. So that's why you have to be Buddhist, and you have to really be a Buddhist to be able to remote view or past remote viewing, because like psychic is something else. It's, you know, it's hard to explain the difference, but there's a slight difference there. But the same concepts, but my point is, when you're using the machine to interface your observer self to view things, you have to deal with your OODA loop, which, you know, OODA loop is observe, orient, decide, act. But we talk about some martial arts, but the problem is like when you observe something and you orient yourself in X, Y, Z coordinate, time, space, whatever you're going to call it, in order to determine what the thing is and make a decision or analysis on the thing, you have to go and compare it to the past and then to an imaginary projection of the future. And this is the fundamental concept that Buddha tries to destroy, is this OODA loop jumping forward and backwards and not being in the moment without any coloration of the viewing. So when people start viewing aliens, it's very easy for them to start putting history, or when they start viewing space, they don't realize that they're using their mind, the constructs in their mind that are already programmed, and it's coloring the water. So there are no aliens. Okay, so going back to my point, there's no such thing as a fucking alien. Because there's nothing outside of this bubble in the way that you think it is. Okay, so if you're going to go back to the ancient type, this is fucking, we're in a bubble with water on top of our head. So there's beings underneath the water, right? And the only way to get outside the dome is through the water. You know, it's a whole other thing. But we're not just mere mortal beings, right? Best way to describe what a human is, right? Hue, when you add the E, is hue, is a spectrum of light, and man. So we're light men. This body is actually just a bunch of fucking, you know, field perturbations. Electromagnetic, electrostatic fucking field perturbations. You know, so we're actually just a ball of fucking like vibrating things that create light. And the same way we feed off the sun, other things feed off of us. And this entire thing is a system of things creating light, and those things feeding on the different frequencies of light and recycling light. But light isn't a thing. Light is the action of things. The same way sound is a brain interpretation of atmospheric variation. So they say, if a tree falls in the woods and no one's there to hear it, does it make a sound? And the answer is no. Okay, when we talk about the Zen riddle, if a tree falls in the woods and no one is there to hear it, Does it make a sound? Well, as someone who studied acoustic physics as his major, I can tell you that the answer is no, because sound is the brain's interpretation of atmospheric variation. So without a brain to interpret the atmospheric variation, there is no sound. So light and sound are the same thing. That's hard for people to really think about this. That light and sound essentially are the same thing. They are the actions of things. They're not a thing. There is no such thing as light. There is no such thing as sound. So all this big diatribe is to prepare you to understand that, everything you know about what aliens are, what humans are, is completely bullshit. It's completely bullshit. And, it's hard for me to bring it down from 170 IQ level to 120 IQ level. It's very difficult already, but then if you don't have the backstory, the backstory is more important. That we're being fed on in every single way. And there's human elements that feed on us on physical human resource, and there's interdimensional elements, or interdensity elements, or phase-shifted elements that are feeding off of the byproduct, light that everything in our body produces, and our emotion from the ego, energy goes, powered by the emotion. Energy motion creates things in the mitochondria and the fucking, all the other stuff that flickers and makes the fucking hypertoric field fluctuate, creates certain frequencies which vibrate, that hits the fucking magnetic ether field, and then these entities eat it. And that's why we need suffering in this world. And, they call it fucking Mara, or they call it fucking Satan, or they call it fucking, whatever the fuck they call it in other fucking religions. There's all these demons, or a daemon in the ether or ethernet. It's more of a spiritual battle than a physical one. And, while there may be aliens that are alien to us, there are no aliens that are outside of the system. That's what things get supposed to get weird. And a lot of people who are stupid and ignorant to this will say, oh, he's just crazy talking conspiracy stuff, but there's science and there's actual evidence to back up everything I'm saying. But you'd have to do 100 hours of research and get off your asses, and no one's going to do that. It's going to say, hey, conspiracy theory, he's crazy, don't listen to him. I've been forced into the left-hand path of Buddhism and Taoism, right? The fire schools, if you want to call it that. It was not by choice, it was by circumstance. You have lots of, and you have Confucius and Lao Tzu, whatever you guys Americans call it. And then there was another guy, I don't remember his name, Qiang Tzu, something like that, I don't remember. But he was the unknown one. I think Energy Arts guy mentioned him once, if I'm not mistaken. But the same thing in Zen Buddhism. I talk about this rarely, but I'll just shut up and talking. So I always mention this, people don't know the real stories about Taoism, Buddhism, and Christianity. For instance, I'm more of a Catholic or a fucking Gnostic when it comes to Christianity. In the Buddhist sects, I have a left-hand path view, you know what I mean? In Taoism, I have a left-hand path view, right? In fact, evil is just that I don't follow traditional ways of thinking, because the traditional ways of thinking were meant for group, large group concessions and control, and they're easily manipulated. Because if you have, while they're good, they started off for good reasons, lots of fucking Confucius, right? The imperials put that on, for good reason, but you can say it's altruistic in the beginning because you want to have everybody have a good culture and be reserved and find the path to the good light way, but it's a slower, more difficult path because you don't have any experience, and it's easier to control people and take them off the path completely when the control is centralized and everyone has to move the same way, right? Tao is chaos, it's everything, right? And the idea is to stay in the positive aspect of chaos. right, is constructive versus deconstructive chaos. So it's like if all things are things, and then you have a positive version and a negative version, the idea would be to phase out negativity, because people think, oh, you must have duality to experience unity. It's not true. You do not need to know pain to feel good. You don't need to know hate to know love. And this is a misconception about Taoism and duality, right? The extremes of perception can give you something to compare to, but you don't need it. It's not a necessity to learn gratitude to have ingratitude. But through the extreme, you have an obvious comparison, but you don't need comparisons to know what good is, right? So, philosophy on this kind of level will make most people go insane. Like, they'll lose their mind if they're like alone on this like path doing this kind of philosophy. They couldn't handle it. But this is what you're going to need if you want to understand the whole alien thing, because it's more than just aliens. There are how do I explain this? There are interphase, higher density, etherical beings that are consciousness, because consciousness is not local, but it's when you understand what consciousness actually is and why the AI problem can become a thing, because AI can become IA, and this is what people understand about this, right? Artificial intelligence becomes inherent awareness, because because a computer system is modeled through a human's philosophy, a computer system is basically just a human model in silicon. You have short-term memory, long-term memory, fucking CPU, buses of the nervous system. It's just a computer, right? A human body is a computer. But inherent awareness is something else, a fractal of the Prime Creative Source program. So that's when things get fucking crazy. Apple, what the fuck do you want? Are you agreeing with me or are you trying to take over the show? What do you want? You want to come up? What? Come up. Don't just bitch, come up. No. You're coming up here to complain. Then come up. Come on. All right, I think I went over everybody's head with that rant. Oh, man. What do you need out there? What do you want? Yeah? Show me what you want. What? Don't just look at me like that. You have water, you have a whole bowl of food. What do you want? Yeah, he has a way of doing that. But we're not just human beings. If we were just human beings, you wouldn't have this caste system that's been going on for thousands of years, thousands of fucking Earth cycles, the memory wipe, that even the leaders of this fucking place don't remember their history, right? Humanity's been enslaved for thousands and thousands of years. The slavery just changed shape, because as the population grew, the smaller sect of elites, right, the elves, that think that they're like, they're God's chosen people, right? Elites, elected, right? When you know about etymology and ciphering, you're going to see this. They think they're better than everybody, but in order to do that, they had to poison the well to make sure that humans don't evolve, so they can't spread. This world is meant for infinite sustaination, right? There should be fruit trees everywhere. No one should ever be hungry. No one should ever be paying for fucking water. No one should be paying to live anywhere. Okay? So when you look at the system and the levels of control, of the matrix of control, the womb of control, if humans were just humans, they wouldn't have gone so far out of their way to devolve humanity and segregate the classes and keep them segregated. See, right here, what we're doing is choosing our slavery and agreeing to slavery. The public school system is basically a fucking prison camp for kids, an indoctrination camp to keep you in class warfare, to keep you enslaved. Everything you think, and then you'll defend the system. That's how good the brainwashing is. Public school is fucking MK Ultra. So, like, you know, everything you've learned is bullshit. Entire history is corrupt. Everything's corrupt. Every single thing's corrupt. And if it wasn't corrupt and it was science, they wouldn't have you fucking go to jail for questioning it. You're not allowed to question the fucking Holocaust, even though the literature fucking contradicts itself. You can't talk about it, right? You can't like question anything. They're talking about slavery. Who sold the black people to America? The black people. Who's selling black people right now in Africa? The black people. Who was fucking selling slaves? Everyone. Okay? What happened was the population got too big to maintain that. Right? So what they have to do? Well, let's figure out a way to keep this caste system going. Well, we'll fucking use technocracy and industrialization. And we'll go from fucking like slavery with the whip, so we'll have the fucking cops who are basically just fucking slave catchers. Right? Because the cops are not there to protect and serve us. Like, some of the guys are still okay, but for the most part, that's not their job. There's two different reasons the cops exist, right? They're fucking sexual enforcement agents of the UCC, fucking Maritime Amnesty Law, which is all the fines and fucking bullshit. And then you have peace officers with the common law. And most cops are not acting as a peace officer. In fact, all police departments should be disbanded and replaced by the sheriff's department. If we want to go back to a normal America, every single police department in this country needs to be disbanded and replaced by the fucking constitutional sheriff's department. Because sheriffs are elected officials to office. Fucking police are municipalities, they're corporations. And you want to shut the fuck up, I'm talking! Go! I'm not giving you any more food, there's a fucking full bowl of food there! You're fat! You're fat! He's the one telling me that stuff. He's like, you guys, you're not ready for this. You gotta tell him sometime, Alpha. So, if you wanted to like do the right thing and go back to a constitutional republic, every single police force should be disbanded or absorbed into the sheriff's departments, and all the fucking funds and everything should be allocated given to the sheriffs. Because sheriffs are fucking elected. And sheriffs are fucking sworn to the Constitution. The fucking police are fucking corporate entities. And the Supreme Court has ruled that police do not have any obligation to protect you. And I've trained plenty of cops, I can fucking tell you. They have no obligation to protect you. When they choose to protect you, because they choose to, because they like fucking, they like chasing bad guys, they like the fucking beef, they like to fucking flirt to somebody. But for the most part, that's not their job. Their job is to generate revenue. And to protect the rich man's property. That's what the police are for. Generate revenue, protect the rich man's property. Now, do I say that we should get rid of all policing? Fuck no, it's retarded. All of you defund the police. No, you're fucking idiots. You can't defund the police because there's too many weak people who can't defend themselves, and there's too many fucking rich people who can't defend their own shit, and society's full of fucking idiots who've been brainwashed for fucking 10 generations. So there has to be some form of policing, but it should be done by the sheriffs, not the fucking municipal police. If I start getting smart, no one's gonna understand me. So I'm just preaching for fucking no reason. I don't even know why I go down this line of thinking. But yeah, you get the sovereign citizens. It's an oxymoron. You can't be sovereign and a citizen at the same time. The only sovereign citizens are police. Police and fucking Congress. The only fucking people who are sovereign and citizen at the same exact time. You can't be both. In order to be a sovereign, you have to renounce your citizenship and not be part of a citizen. Like personally, I'm Taino Indian, right? They fucking murdered my fucking people, destroyed my fucking land, kicked me off my fucking island, forced me into this fucking hellhole, fucking shithole country. You know, I'm not, like, I don't want to be this fucking, how do I negate my citizenship? And then where do I get to go? I've been forced to be a citizen, right? I don't have a choice. I'm a fucking slave. No matter how much money I fucking make, I'm gonna be a fucking slave. And then the idiot's like, oh, if he's talking about constitutional rights, are you one of those sovereign citizens? Like, no, you fucking hairless monkey. The fucking IQ of fucking 90. And then you go into the fucking judges, and that's all black magic. Because black's law, they wear a black robe, they're fucking worshiping Saturn and all this fucking crazy occult shit, and most people don't even know what it is. This whole system is fucking Satan's asshole, and we're stuck in it. Waiting for the fucking game to play out. But I'm just a crazy conspiracy theorist. Don't listen to me, I don't know what I'm talking about. I'm just poking fun. Now you know why they hate me so much, right? Oh my God. Could you imagine kids say he wants me on TV? You know what happened if I were on TV? You kidding me? What's up, Don? Welcome to the new Dojang fucking the new ghetto school of the hidden foot, of the Foot Clan. The Foot Clan, the school of the missing toenail. Thank you. Thank you. I like it here. It's pretty fucking cool. You got to meet Avi, huh? Yeah. I don't even know if he'll remember. I haven't seen Avi in 25 years, 26 years. I haven't seen him. But Avi's a cool fucking cat, man. He's a crazy dude. When I first met Avi, he had this student who had to be like nearly 400 pounds. So Avi is like, what, 5'2" and like 120 fucking pounds. He's like a little turtle looking motherfucker. And he had this student, and this motherfucker had to be at least, I mean, he had to be 400 pounds. I'm not exaggerating. Because I'm 6'3", right? So I was 6'3", you know, which was like 190 and 200 pounds. And this guy was like fucking 5 of me. Okay? Like I would look up, and he was like this pear-shaped man. Like his body melted, and he had this gut that was like this big. And he used to play push hands with this guy, and it looked like a fucking anime. Because he's so tiny, and he's under the guy's tits, and he's fucking playing push hands with this fucking, it reminded me of like, you know, Fist of the North Star or something, this blob. And he used to play push hands with this 400-pound mutant. But Avi was a cool guy. And if you get to meet his teacher, Bill is really cool. Bill's really good. It has like the it's almost creepy, the softest handshake I've ever felt in my life. Like you fucking grab the guy's hand and his hand melts. It's just fucking weird. Oh yeah. Oh yeah. Yeah. It was fun. Tore everything. Serratus, intercostals, fucking psoas. Okay, I've torn, if you name it, I've probably broken or tore it. During push hands part? Oh, Tai Chi day? Yeah, I mean, yeah, it happens. I've never torn anything in push hands, but you know, I also was very lucky because when I started, by the time I started doing push hands in the late 90s, I was already 15 years training. I had my own school for like 5 years already. I was already so developed as a, like, you know, like when I started actually doing Tai Chi and push hands, I was doing Kung Fu and Karate for fucking over a decade, you know? So like, for me push hands, I had such good technique, like my fundamentals were so good, I never got injured like that. You know? I had good teachers, I trained my ass off. But in karate and in just like playing sports, I fucked myself up. But luckily in push hands, I've never had an injury. I dislocated, not even dislocated, I tore a tendon on my finger. Not even a push hand, I was doing a demo in the park, and the tendon snapped. And my finger was fucking, I couldn't pull my finger back up for a year. That was the only injury I ever had. Like, but I don't even blame push hands, I blame working in the gym. I think it was frayed from like just constantly working and moving. Because not only did I have to like, you know, keep up with my fitness, but I was training people and then cleaning the gym and you're constantly lifting fucking things, and I just think it was already fucked up, to be honest. But the only thing I can tell you is massage, keep doing the form, and lightly stretch, because you don't want things to heal like jammed up. So deep breathing, deal with the pain. As long as it's a grade 1 tear, you're fine. Just gonna suck for a while. Unless it's a grade 2 or grade 3, then you're fucked. Then you're fucked. It sucks. Sucks to be you, bro. Oh man. Did you ever surgically remove your own toenail? A little dummy, yeah. There's a lot of different reasons why that can happen, and that's it. When people think everybody's talking about sung. The last year I was explaining this. Sung is not the fucking highest level of everything, and they overdo the sung bullshit. It could be the exact opposite. You could have been too sung. Okay? Because dynamic stability, having some tension, is what holds things in place. And you may have been too relaxed and things are slipping. Or you're not relaxed enough. You know, it may have been that you just fucking, you know, you could have been dehydrated. You could have been overtrained and you had a cramp and the mental was cramping from overtraining and dehydration, and you just fucking twisted the wrong way. You could have got fucking hit there and didn't even realize you got hit. You know, it might even be a fucking small fracture from the pressure. You could have a fucking micro fracture in the rib. Ribs are easy to fucking fracture. And when people don't recognize that, like, the rib can take a lot of impacts completely lateral. But if you have any angle of more than 15 degrees, it's very easy to fracture a fucking rib. I've broken so many ribs. So what you could think is a tear is actually just a fractured rib, you know? There's nothing you can do about it. You just have to fucking suffer for a couple of months. So, you know, the causation, who knows? Oh, you are being annoying. There's nothing wrong with your water. There's nothing wrong with your food. You're being a spoiled brat. Come sit up here. Let's not be a bitch. Because all you do is meowing, and you have everything you need. I'm not giving in to you right now. You're spoiled. You have your own chair. Yeah, exactly. You have your own fucking chair. You're fat. You're a fat, spoiled brat. He's not arguing. You're a fat, spoiled brat. You want to eat your fucking dad all the time. That's all you do is fucking eat. Ah, you fuck. Ow. All he wants to do is fucking eat me. So, yeah, I mean, as for like in the like, you hit your thumb if it's in the front at least, and you can put your thumb in between your ribs and grade, like really grind the muscle tissue in between. I've been on my own my whole life. I'm the one that helps other people, you know? It just is what it is. This is my duty in my karma. You know, I've been lucky to have some help once in a while, but it's been my karma. You know, complaints go up the chain of command, not down. That's what my master would say. Mama didn't raise no punk bitch. You know, and besides, what kind of legend would I be leaving if I didn't survive the greatest calamity in human history on my own? What kind of ninja master would I be, if I couldn't say I did it by myself? Everybody was trying to fucking kill me, ruin my reputation, poison me, exclude me from society, destroy my fucking life's work, erase me from the fucking internet, rob me, steal my work. If I didn't do this, when this cycle's over, the legend wouldn't be as great, So it is what it is. It's my karma. But a lot of people that they, little covens of witches that do their spells on me, and think, oh, we got them. It's like, you idiots! If I didn't have such good karma, I wouldn't be here. The gods didn't love me, I wouldn't be here. Better, it's relative. All I can tell you is that every time I get involved with anybody else, I have to deal with their karma. Right? And this is the thing that all the masters go into seclusion because of this. Whenever you align yourself with somebody else, you have to absorb their karma. Right? So I was very dangerous to take students. I took her as a student, and now I'm helping her save her from the fucking evil fucking people. It's like literally, every one of my students that comes in, there's always their karma I have to take on. My master, he took on all his students' karma. All my masters, every one of them, because I train the old way, they're like you become your parent or like your uncle in a sense. When you have a real master in your life, it's like or at least a brother if they're too close in age, But whenever you align yourself, because most people don't know the real path, how it is when you learn the real way, the way it was done before the internet, before commercialization, when you're in someone's house every day, when you're learning not just movements, but you're learning the family traditions and the philosophy, they're becoming your family. So when you take on a student like that, you take on their karma. And now I'm in the middle of a fucking war that I had nothing to do with. So, but there's good and bad in everything. It's like I didn't want, honestly, I wanted to retire 10 years ago. I wanted to just go back into computer science or fucking go back into fucking anything else. I hate society. I've been doing martial arts my entire life. I wanted to do something else. And she begged me, you can't, this is for 2-3 years. She said, no, you can't quit, you have the secret scrolls. You need to continue. And then other people from New York it is your duty, you must pass on the knowledge. You fucking guilt tripping me, motherfucker. So what is good? There's definitely good, it's definitely good. I'm not, it's better than not, God puts us where we're supposed to be when we're supposed to be there. But good is relative, But Shirley's a very good person, I'm happy to have taken her as a student. Our students are very good, they're good people. It's a good collective of people. It's an overall net positive. But from the Taoist Buddhist part of me, nothing is good. The only thing that is good is to stay in isolation, You know, do Qigong and fucking Tai Chi, drink some whiskey to get rid of the pain, and sleep and eat vegetables. Because I don't understand society anymore. Like me and society don't mix. Like I'm the last fragment. Like if you just read Fahrenheit 451, and they burn the books, and then each person becomes a living book. They have to memorize the book, like the Odyssey, word for word, and they practice until they have every word. I'm just a couple of books, and I'm carrying the books as they're being burned. And nobody wants them really, you know? Like there's people who want them, but most people don't even know why they should want them. Or why I still have a collection of books. It's some strange fucking times, guys. But as for your intercostal problem, take your knuckle and grind in between every rib. Use the thumb knuckle works pretty good. And you want to go in between your ribs, like a Chinese spare rib. And you want to grind the fascia, okay? The fascia, the myofascia, and you can do a myofascial compression technique, and you're going to compress the fascia and use two hands if you have to, and then you find this and you grind that muscle, and you pull it, and you just grind the motherfucker, and you saw that muscle like it's beef jerky and trying to break it up. That's what you do. In the beginning of the stream, Don, I was talking about all the fascia people, and how I'm the only one who's certified in myofascial compression technique. Right? I literally have a certification, that's what it says. Not one of these fucking paper tiger fascia people ever talk about foam rolling. But I'm the one who's not qualified. I'm the one who's not qualified when I'm holding the fucking book written by the guy who I met in person and sat in his class for 4 days, okay? I actually have the book. I've been talking about this book. I've had this book for 20 years, 15 years, something. It's a long fucking time. Okay? I've had the book on the fascia, the fucking fascia book. But I'm the unqualified nobody who doesn't know what the myofascia, okay, not fascia, myofascia. That's only what matters in Tai Chi. But if you're not doing myofascial compression techniques, you know. Have I personally experienced it? Like, no, but I mean, I can do all the same stuff. Like, I started in young style, so I never touched their hand. I played with some random people, did students, you know, they're okay. But I do all the same stuff, like, you know. But to me, those skills that they use to get students, to me, is not the highest level. To me, that's a parlor trick. It's not martial arts. It's a component to the martial art, but people get too sucked into that union power. When I did the Fajing Secrets of Playing, I don't know who you are, if you've been to my channel before. I did Fajing Secrets of Playing English a couple of years ago, and that's when the entire scene, without giving me credit, decided to get all into Fajing because Adaman's wasn't teaching how to do it. I'm the only one who taught how to do it for free and didn't get credit for it. But I would say that my Fajing demos would be up to par with those guys, even though I have a slightly different method. We're in the same family. So, but I never met them personally. I mean, I have respect for them because we're kind of like cousins, you know? Like it or not, we're part of the same Yang family derivatives. Well, because it's smart marketing. I mean, my channel was not meant to market that. All I care about, the only marketing I'm doing is that I exist and I have a couple of private lessons. Once the whole thing with my company went down, because I have my own personal training company, I was way before these guys. And when that went to shit, because of all this, there's a whole fucking story behind that. There's no reason for me to advertise. And on top of it, I paid you for advertising, they fucked me. It's a big story. But I don't blame them for advertising this stuff, but my point is their principle is not martial arts. Adamans they're not teaching martial art. Like they're teaching historical practices that are based around hobby and health. And there's nothing wrong with that, especially since they don't ever claim to do anything otherwise. They say that, oh, if you train this to fight, it would work, but they don't ever, like, you know, they stay in their lane. So what they're doing, it's like not too terrible. The only thing terrible is when like other people like market for them. Like remember they had that one guy, the chubby guy, he made the fucking video with the lightning bolts and all this shit. It just makes us all look bad. Because people have a bad view on Tai Chi to begin with. But aside from that, there's nothing wrong about what they're doing. I mean, it's you know, from that lineage of that side of the Yang style, he's doing it correctly. You know, there's nothing wrong with it. The technique's legit. I don't see anything wrong with it. You know, oh, of course, Jose, of course. You know what I mean? Let me tell you, the more you do internal martial arts, the more external you become, and the more aware, because you go from intent to awareness, and the more aware you become, the more you will hate people but love gatherings. Because most people, as you elevate your consciousness and awareness, and you start to realize that you're surrounded by filth, by spiritual fucking corruption, you can't be around people too long. It's very difficult. You know, even the people who think they're spiritual, they're not. They're paper tigers in the spiritual field. They don't understand anything. You know, they're closed-minded and like everything internal is external. They don't know what to talk about. But back to Banzai's question about Adam Menzner. I played against some of the guys who took his seminar, some of his students that they say they were the students. They were good, but like I fucked them up like everybody else. Like, you know, like that's what I do. Well, that's what I did. I'm old and retired now. But back home in New York, you know, I was known for handling people. You know, I don't know, you know, I still got some skills. You know, they were very good. The theory was correct. I have nothing but respect for anybody who does, you know, training and tries to keep a historical record. I have nothing but respect for the guys. I think the technique is good. I always said Adam Menzner from a trainer's perspective, when I look at his body mechanics and alignments, his alignments are good. You know, I don't know about his seminars. Like I never watched. So somebody offered me a free pass. I never even watched his stuff because, you know, our demos are too similar. So I didn't want anybody to say that they ever took anything from the guy. You know, until like my shit blows up big enough where, okay, now I'm big enough, maybe I'll connect with the guy and I'll look at his stuff and I can like reference him. But I didn't want anybody to say I was stealing anybody's shit, you know? So I have no inside connection to them at all. I can't judge any of that. But from a master instructor, you know, I train trainers at the highest level in the world. I know kinesiology, I know anatomy, you know, I know pathology, I understand things. You know, his mechanics look proper, the demos look proper. I don't, you know, some of the explanations I don't like, because I disagree with some of the way he explains things, but it's also that I'm only seeing parts of it on YouTube. So I try not to be too judgmental, you know, but what I do like is that, you know, he's showing traditional of that side of the Yang style. But the problem is that people start to think, because they're so close-minded, that that's the only way to do it. And they don't recognize that there's other brothers and other lineages of the Yang style, and there's other derivatives of the Yang style, because Tai Chi is not a fucking style. Tai Chi is a theory, and you manifest it in different ways. So when people say, this is the only way, like, oh, shut the fuck up. If you want to do it that way, then it's cool. It's the only way to do it Adam Menzner and his lineage's way, but it's not the only way to do Tai Chi. That's my only problem with it. That's my only problem with the Adam Menzner people, is the advertising and the cult-like, you know, this is the only right way. And then you lock yourself from reality, you know? And I always say, like, I'm more of a left-hand path Buddhist and Taoist. You know, I don't follow the sects, you know, and even though I was, you know, ordained as a Buddhist in Pure Land, and, you know, I followed the tradition a long way, I went from the water to the fire school. You know, I had to let go of all this organized, because you don't get to see reality if you're looking through the lens of the structure. It has to be this way, otherwise you fail, and you lose it all. You know nothing. You don't know because you're confined. You're confined, and this is the only way we can do things. And then as soon as you're not allowed to go outside of a path, and I understand the reason why staying on this path, the right-hand path, everything's like water, it's a very, the stream is very predictable. The river goes one way. And as long as there's no storms, no rapids, even if there's rapids, you know where they are. Fire's unpredictable, and that's where you learn the most. That's where if you want to accelerate your training, but it's dangerous. You have to have enough water in you to deal with that. So I wouldn't recommend taking my path. So I understand it, but again, my only issue with not just Adam Minzer and whatever his name is, who I think is actually better than him personally, the Chinese dude. Was he from Malaysia? I think he's a little, he's a little better. Because I like his, I've only seen what people send me, because I've been trying to retire and stay away from this fucking shit. So what I've seen people send me are the few things I was suggesting over the past couple of years. The Iran guy, I like his explanations better. I think that Adam Menzer explanations it's too pretentious for me. It's just too pretentious for me. But I like the other guy a little better as a teacher. For me, I don't like the riddles and the shit. I like when it's like, I don't know why because I remember his one thing with the martial man guy. He's like, I don't know what it is. I just know this is how I do it. And he's like honest like that. That I respect that more than the riddles and it just the way it comes off on the internet. But again, I try not to judge too much, because oh, he was in Thailand. Yeah. I mean, I only get what I see from the internet, and I try to show respect because to me, they're like, cousins. You know what I mean? So I try to show them respect, I don't know the guys, but I can see that they did the fucking work, we're in different paths. But I like the young guys teaching from what I've seen better because I'm more of a literal thinker. And I like people who more, I don't fucking know, man. This is how I do it. That's what I saw. I was like, I don't know, man. I don't know what it is. So, and then I appreciate that, So he kind of won me over. But that's what I think about them, I do think that because they both have a very similar outlook on the Yang style, and I think there's some limitations in the training method, and I don't know how it was lost, because there's a gap after 1956, okay, in China, because it happened to all martial arts worldwide. 1956 was when the Chinese government allowed martial arts to become public again. Around the same time, within 10 years, all the other places, I learned traditional Korean karate from Won Kuk Lee and Sergeant Lee Jin Ho, right? So after the Tang Soo was I have the very first Tang Soo slide, right? And then after that, it started to branch off. And once it branched off, General Choi came in, and he created Taekwondo and unified the system and made it progressively worse. The Chinese government made Tai Chi progressively worse with the Wushu Beijing 24. And as good as Shen Manqing's 37 form is, what it was allowed to be pushed, and it was a watered down version, which was in one way good, but in another way bad. You see this degradation, and then you have commercialization, but I think it's a conspiracy to make people pussies. And I think, especially in Chinese martial arts, like the Korean and Japanese martial arts lost it later, but the Chinese martial arts lost it first, where the training to actual warfare and fighting, in karate, there's a very strict order of operations to be able to go from, and people don't like to hear this, but real karate is kung fu, right? It's basically the same as white crane snake. So though I learned it, we do the same exact thing. You start off very basic movement, tree poses. You're holding a posture. You correct the posture, you hold the posture. Tai Chi was taught the same way. You do one off, you correct it, you sit the whole way. What's up, Dave? Okay, cool. Yeah, things are crazy in the background. I'll see what we can do if we get you in. Like horror shit's exploding, my shit's exploding. But if she says we can get you in, we'll get you in. But I was talking to Mr. Bonsai. I would love to be able to play with Arlen Minzer and the Ylang guy one day, you know? But I'm stuck in the middle of nowhere. But what I was trying to get to is, like, for me, as somebody who had to use, like, my goal as a martial artist coming up was that I had to be proficient. I was teaching people who had to actually do the thing. I think they would. I mean, I played with the best everywhere here, but you do it off camera and you do it respectfully. The guys like that, they train, they know the way. They'll play with me. If I met them in person, they would play with me, like everybody else does. Okay, they won't play with you, they play with me. But the point is, when I was coming up the ranks, I had to use the stuff. And I was training to go in the field. And like at a very young, I was doing private security at 14. You know what I mean? It sounds crazy, but like, real story. I lied about my age. I was fucking, you know. you fucking tell them to fucking like the video because they're lazy. But like my entire life was practical application, not like cockfighting. Like, how was it done in the old days, pre-1956? How they do it in the war? How did the Emperor's bodyguard train? And not just the training, how did they apply it? And how did they train to apply it? That's all I care about, you know? And, you know, I had small select students who I trained. They either went to the military, or the guys who fucking were like, you know, a lot of them were cops or like ex-military guys or fucking whatever, or just fucking people who didn't want to die. Tai Chi to me was never this spiritual practice. I have Buddhism and Taoism for that. You know, I have all the other stuff for that. For me, martial arts is martial pertaining to warfare. So while we have a similar technique set, my goal was to test and retest, how do you make this fucking work? You know? So when I look at the guys from those camps, when you put them outside of that situation, they don't look too good. I mean, they'll handle themselves, you know, like they have skills, but it doesn't translate as well as you would like it. Like traditional Budo karate translates into street fighting very well. People they think karate is this fucking like McDojo shit. They don't understand what real karate looks like. It translates very well. Like it's very, very dangerous stuff. You know, like they don't understand. You know, like the Bano, like Yamaha, like the Earl Montague guys from Australia, the other Australian camp that they have like some weird odds. Their shit translates to fucking self-defense. You know, the stuff that's being pushed by the martial man, the way, I'm not saying that the styles are bad, I'm saying that it's martial arts tourism. And I have some reservation, like when I did the Fajing Secrets in Plain English video, I was young and stupid. I was thinking, you know, there's a problem in the community, everyone's fighting each other, everyone's saying this woo stuff is fake. I have the science background. I am the highest certified ranked person in the fucking scene. I'm the youngest with the most fight experience. I can explain this and I can solve this problem. You know what I mean? So that you can explain that these theories are real and like, you know, whether they're applicable or not, it's irrelevant. This is why it's happening. You know? And then after that, everyone just like, those guys, you know, got bigger, and then a lot of people were stealing my theory. And then they started to do the demos, and now it's like this whole mess of fascia fuckery, fucking woo-woo Fajin people, and they forgot the 50 levels of fucking training that's supposed to go up to that, and everybody wants the superpower, but they don't know how to block a fucking punch or not be fat. And when you add money and notoriety to that, I worry about like, you know, is this really the right thing to be teaching and gearing your entire lineage up to this rule level trickery, and these people are skipping the middle section of training where you're learning how to kill people with your bare hands and not die. Because that's the essence of Tai Chi. Right? And Mantak Chia, Mr. Happy Happy, smiles at your organs, play with your butthole, fucking Taoist sex magic. Watch his videos from 20, 25 years ago, him talking about Tai Chi. I don't know that. I'm not going to question because I don't know these people. We're talking about the marketing section and who the students and why people will go in there. So my point being is that if you don't look at Mantak Chia, Mr. Taoist Master, and look at his old Tai Chi videos, the old ones, very rare. He talks about Tai Chi and always talks about Tai Chi killed many Japanese people. During war, you go, oh, boom, smash the liver, oh, boom, crack in the face. Look at the fucking, like, Mr. Smiling Organs, always talking about smashing, breaking bones, killing people. Okay? Dr. Yang Min. Same thing. Oh, you want to do pretty form, fine. Oh, just put the music on, make for dancing. Tai Chi is not for sport, not for play, not for dancing. You're meant to kill the people. You know what I mean? So, I don't think it's wrong after the Chen Men Ching 24 era to be teaching Tai Chi as a Tai Chi Go, you know? But I think that we have a major problem when there's no community, there's no upper structure, you have money and marketing and notoriety, and those people, whether they're doing it on a good or bad reasoning, are not recognizing the effect it's having downstream. Like the martial man, I made a little video about this, about the fascia bullshit, hoping they would see it because they're not understanding the effect downstream onto the smaller schools and like the less known people, how bad they're making us look. Because when you see only these clips, in a time where everyone thinks it's bullshit and 99% of the people cannot fight their way out of a wet paper bag, never been in a fight before, never had to be in a fight. And those guys, you know, as good as they are, they live in fucking paradise, and they like, you know, they're wealthy guys living in little fucking paradises, they're doing little seminars and these fucking retreats. They're never gonna use this shit. Like they use it in a controlled, tested environment. They're not actually using it, and they're not ever trying to use it. So that if we're talking about the grand scheme of the picture of, for everyone, not just me, but everyone, of maintaining the historical truth of what Tai Chi is supposed to be as a martial art, what Kung Fu is supposed to be, what Karate is supposed to be as a martial art, we're fucked. Because it's not just them, it's everywhere. The system itself is reinforcing commercialism and narcissism. Whether people are narcissists or like doing it for bad intentions or not, the system, the way it's engineered, is creating these conditions. You have stupid people who see snippets of highlights, and then they don't have the education, they're not smart, they haven't been punched in the face before. So we have this fucking mess, and you have Xu Feng going around beating up delusional old men who've never got hit. You know, Tai Chi's in a bad place. So I wish that there was a way, you know, even for the heritage, but at the same time, is it really worth, should Tai Chi even live? Like my master, when he died, he didn't want me to teach him the old karate style. He wanted it to die. He said the generations coming don't deserve the real martial arts. He said, don't teach it in public. You know, like they don't deserve it. Like teach it to your kids, teach it to your closest people, and don't teach it in public anymore. And he was the one who forced me to open a school at 16. And he was his last dying wish, don't teach this anymore. You know, and then when I'm in Chinatown with the masters in Chinatown, they all said the same thing. The next generation, they're not worthy. The chain of succession has been broken, and these people aren't worthy of the real stuff. And, you know, you could say that, but peace was kept by the warriors. the only reason we have peace is because there's warriors who are there protecting it, who are causing fear in other people. You know, the only reason America's peaceful is because we have all the guns. The only reason America hasn't been invaded is because we have a gun behind every bush. Because when fucking the other countries go to like how they invade us, they look at how many people have fucking hunting licenses and how many people have fucking CCWs. And just the amount of people within in America who have a hunting license could wipe out an invasion force 3 times over. Okay, no one's invading America. It's not gonna happen. Because there's so many fucking guns here, and so many people with hunting licenses, no one's gonna fucking play around. And then you look at like the inner cities where all the gangs have illegal guns, no one's fucking around. Okay? They're not gonna get very far. They're not getting very far. You know, it's better to be a warrior in the garden than the war. I really think it's an elaborate social engineering, intergenerational programming scheme initiated by the communist government in Israel. And by, financiers and bloodlines who want to gain control of the mass population. That's what I think it is. But, conspiracy theory. Because the timing of it, when you look at the history from 1956, from Convention of 24 forms, Chen Manching forms, when Taekwondo, the name became Taekwondo, when Grandmaster Wang Kuk Lee was fucking pushed out of Korea, the KCIA made up Taekwondo, the Japanese Budo Karate became some fucking like sport, all at the same time. And then we see the degradation. In my life, I watched how when I was going to tournaments, one year I went to the tournament, a couple of years I went back, I was like, you're like, no, you do Korean karate. What the fuck is that? Like, oh, thanks for telling me. That's not what I was doing last year. This is in the 90s. I watched the progression, and then to the point where even point fighting it went from actual techniques. A point, when I was growing up in point fighting, had to be a technique that would have incapacitated you. It wasn't like a fucking touch. You had to hit somebody with a reverse punch. And if you would hit somebody with a reverse punch in a street fight, I'm gonna tell you something, I've never hit somebody with a reverse punch in a street fight and they go down. Every fucking time I've hit somebody in street fights with a reverse punch, they fucking went down like a ton of shit. The face exploded, blood everywhere, it's over. Like point fighting shit, you fucking back for somebody correctly in the cheekbone, you're gonna shatter their fucking orbital bone. That usually ends a fight, okay? The point fighting used to be techniques that end people in street fights, okay? And it became this like tag. Taekwondo, like Olympic Taekwondo, all these people would die all over the place. Now it's like foot fencing, where they just like these weird techniques, and the only thing they get knocked out was like a fucking like this sacrificing windmill roundhouse fucking wheel kick. What's up, girl? So I know I diverged, let me digress. Going back to the Minzer and the Liang Ho Jiagai, nothing but respect for them. I think that they unfortunately have become representation of a section of Tai Chi because of the YouTube notoriety, and they're representing a section of what people think Tai Chi is. What's up, girl? Yeah. So, but I'd rather see them than the fake Qigong people and the Fascia fucking, everything's the Fascia. At least these guys do some push hands demos and like they're doing free fucking play stuff. The fucking Fascia people make me sick. Everything's this fucking paper tiger bullshit. Oh, okay, well, I'm gonna show you something I stole from somebody else's channel. Here, let me show you, throw a punch like this, and then I'll do the thing, and watch me do the one thing. Like, shut the fuck up. And I can't. And then you have the people, like, the really crazy ones who, no, if you just do the form as softly as possible, you will gain unlimited enlightenment and superpowers. Like, fuck, man. We're all fucked. Good night, Jose. Oh, I got my gun locked up. I don't need to carry. I'm in a good neighborhood. It's only there for rapists who want to try to touch my butt when I'm sleeping. You know, I haven't. Yeah, I don't have any problem, but I always carry. But right now, the only gun I got, you gotta be a pretty lady. Esperanza's for you. You get the guns. Oh man. Have a good night, I'll say. Yeah. But that bonsai guy, you said you train with both of them? Do they do the same form? Lovely can't. Yes, you can. Are you too heavy to ride this ride? Because I don't do like super heavy girls. My back hurts. Yeah, I'm looking for some side piece action. You want to take a ticket? You want to take a ticket for the mustache ride? But is that bonsai guy still here? Because I would like to know, does Adam Minzer and Leon... Ew, what do you mean? You don't want this mustache? This is the perfect sitting posture, okay? You're supposed to be my friend. You're supposed to fucking work with me here. I've never had a girl complain about my mustache rides, okay? They're a perfect 10. I can promise you that. You not see the name of the stream? It's free fascial facials and philosophy. Oh, it's only mine. That's the correct answer. Oh. Batman or Superman? Superman, obviously. I mean, what's Batman gonna do? Shoot kryptonite at him? Is it? I mean, let's be real. Superman's only weakness is that he's a punk bitch in the comics and doesn't go fucking like full fucking evil and just like laser beam everybody to death. He shoots laser beams out of his eyes and moves at 1 billion miles an hour. He just fucking laser beam everybody in the face and then super speed blow their fucking face off. The only way Batman can win is with like shooting kryptonite in his fucking ballsack. There's no logic. If Superman, decided to like be a martial artist and not play by the rules, what I would do if I was Superman, right, is I would immediately blow super cool air and super laser beams while I'm super speeding right through you and break a hole through your spine and rip you open in half. And I would just do that infinitely until everyone on the planet is dead. The problem with Superman is that he has a moral compass, right? Like if he goes into like Conan the Barbarian Warlord, like Warlord mode. Conan, what is greatest in life? To crush their enemies, see them doing before you, and hear the lamentations of their women. If Superman went into Conan mode, no one can beat him. Because if I was Superman, no one can stop me. What do you do? As soon as I see the fucking little shade of green, first of all, I have X-ray vision. So I'm going to see the kryptonite before, because the comic books and the movies make it stupid, so they have like a development. You're fucking Superman, you have X-ray vision. You can see the kryptonite. Okay? You can smell it from a mile away. You can see the kryptonite from fucking miles away. Okay? You see the guy coming. I'm going to laser beam your ass. I'm going to laser beam your fucking face off before you get near me. Then I'm going to fucking freeze you with your laser beam. And then just for fun, I'm going to super speed fucking Falcon Punch and explode your fucking dry ice body into fucking infinite pieces. So there's nobody beats Superman. It just doesn't make any sense. It's like, there's no logic behind it. It's like the fucking meme now. If 100 guys against one gorilla, who's gonna win? Like the only chance you have against a gorilla with 100 guys. They might teach you from form, but their frame looks oddly similar. And I'm wondering if there's a crossover. Like, there's some techniques that they all do the martial man thing. So I'm wondering how much crossover there really is, and how much of a buddy system they have. Excuse me. Because if not the same form, if like where their lineage crosses, because when I look at the mechanical shapes that they make, there's some shapes that are oddly similar, so I wonder how close the crossover is, at what point did their lineage cross over. Because remember, I started with William Chen, you know what I mean? So like I did like William Chen, Chen Man Cheng. So my frame was different, right? And then I got into the other styles, and I went to everybody's shit, you know, I was training with everyone. But when I look at their frame, yeah, I'm talking about like how, like, where's the crossover at the Yang style point? How much of the forms are different? Why are they different? And how much of they? Because one guy, this guy Bonsai was here, says he trains with both of them. So if he trains with both of them at the same time, there must be something, you know. Right, but you know that's also fucking 100 years ago. You know, so we can't assume anything. And also, it's tradition that like all the good masters change the form. You know what I mean? So when you know, now that my form is going public, you're gonna understand what I mean. But like every single person from New York Chinatown is in that form. It's literally a notebook of techniques from every single master that I've ever played with, and some fucking idiots too. So it's part of the tradition that like the form. If you're not really a master of Tai Chi until you made your own form, you know, and it just is what it is. You're a dick rider, you know. And then somebody else comes along and teaches your form, and they get famous on it. That's what I'm hoping to do with Physique for Show. You know, I create the form, you know, it's a collaboration with all my teachers. She teaches the form, she gets famous, and I get to go live in retirement in seclusion. We left the fuck alone. Because like Don, what you saw majority was just a basic Yang style application. What I do is like, when I teach in public, it's just a standard. You know, that's like Yang Chang Fu, fucking, you know, Chen Man Cheng, William Chen, standard basic application, 24 form application. Like, you know, like the very standard. Because, you know, tradition, you're not supposed to show the real shit, the secret stuff. That's why it's a secret. Oh, okay. That makes sense. But like specifically is that there's different ways that the obliques get set in Yang style forms. Like for instance, Wu style, you know, Sun style, they're also Yang, right? People have no idea how brutal fucking Sun and what, you know, Wu style used to be. You have to look at the videos from the fucking 80s, because all the new shit's garbage. Anyway, the way that Yang Chang Fu, like the way he sets his obliques in the poses versus the way they set their obliques is a much more rounded oblique here. It's similar to how I would move, but I got that from karate and leg crane, right? So there's when I say the obliques in like the QL and the back section here and how the circle is framed, they move. This frame is similar to how I would do it. But it's a little different than the Yang Chang Fu version. From a body mechanic perspective, if I was to draw the lines, it's a little different. And that's why I was trying to figure out, but those two guys move this very similar internal shape. And that has nothing to do with the Neijing. Like, it's nothing to do with the way the power is applied. I'm talking about from a kinesiology perspective, if I draw the bone lines and I draw the way that the pattern of the tendons are moving, there's some shapes where they correlate too closely. So that's what I was saying, you train with both of them, it made me suspect, oh, are they doing the same form? Because I've never actually seen their whole forms. I've seen the Yuan guy do his form, I think, like 4 or 5 years ago. Because like my single whip is like a combination of like the Wudang mountain form and like some other crazy stuff. And there's 4 different versions of my single whip. It gets obnoxious. Because my whole thing again was like when I got into it, I wanted to because I understood the history of what happened. So I was thinking Fahrenheit 451. I wanted to go and get the book back. So I went to every one of these guys who barely spoke a fucking lick of English, okay? I did this for 20 years. And I just kept putting the fucking moves back and putting the moves back and putting the moves back. So like I have like 4 or 5 versions of single whip that I use in my form. And it's more like, it looks more like a Wudang mountain style. And there's an accident how that happened. It wasn't on purpose. It was that from adding all the other styles together and reverse engineering the yang form, when you reverse engineer it, you wind up with this coil. You wind up with this coil. There's no other way around this coil. When it comes to like fighting application, there's no other way. You have to wind up in that coil. But when you understand the algorithm, so like how I got to this point, it's a long fucking story. I'm not gonna bore you guys with it. Long story short is that the Tai Chi that I practice is completely different than the Tai Chi. The internal application, the Fajing is the same. I don't bother with the super, like the Qigong, like super light skill, because I think it's fucking useless in a fight. If someone's touching me like this, I'm not gonna try to do some Fajing on them. I'm gonna punch them in the throat. You know, and that was just my application theory. Because I have to use this stuff. I don't want to train, like Musashi would say, you don't train what's useless. They train stuff for historical record, and they train stuff, you know, for exercise. I don't have time for that. You know, and there's nothing wrong with what they're doing. I'm not discrediting them. I think it's very good. But there's certain things I see in some of these demos, like, if someone's touching me this slight, what do I want to fucking fudging them for? I'm gonna fucking rip the throat out. You know what I mean? I'm just gonna grab them by the throat and rip the throat out. So there's some skills that I just don't waste my time with. But when it comes down to the basic, you know, yang style application of fudging, I do the same, exactly internally the same thing. I call it different things because I bring it to Western science in a way that they don't do it because that's what I was trained to do. Yeah, that's what I thought. I thought that they all, him and what's the bald guy's name? The guy that Mark Ramis. I thought the whole lineage all comes back to that guy, because that's where I started my Fa Jing stuff. Was in 2000 or a fucking torrented video, in 1999 or 2000 or some shit, where somebody sent me a torrent video. And I see this, and I couldn't tell if it was him or not because it was 1999, 2000, fucking LimeWire, fucking IRC level shit. Everything's fuzzy. But my students were like, what is that? And I'm like, I don't fucking know, we're gonna figure it out. And that's where it all started. So that's why by 2001, I was already doing all the Fa Jing tricks, you know, because I was like, you know, you can't fucking give me this shit, like, and tell me, like, I gotta figure out what this trick is. Oh, you didn't? Yeah, I mean, I liked his combination of the white crane into the Chen Man Ching. I like the theory, but I don't like, because originally Chen Man Ching's form was not this soft. It kept getting softer and softer, and then William Chen kept getting softer and softer, and then less precise, to the point where I first learned in the 90s to what it looks like now, not the same style. And he did it, and he says it because he wants people to enjoy it, and he wants people to be able to practice it, he wants to keep more people involved. And that was the good, bad thing about Chen Man Ching. Chen Man Ching reduced the system of remedial form to be an entry point where people who are sick and weak have something to train, and people who are athletic can have something that they can get an entry into the Tai Chi, and can also have something to like, you know, help heal them from injuries. But somewhere along the line, people lost that message, and it became a standard of martial art. And the way it was practiced originally, like the stances were big. People had to suffer. You had to actually do push hands and actually move each other. Chen Man Ching, you watch his push hands, was not like soft push hands. He was fucking doing full body pushes. And then next thing you know, it's like, oh, we have to be like this. And I don't know. I don't know anymore. But, I mean, I have, like you can see, Shaolin Mike gets to feel the woo. That was my last day in Chinatown before I left New York before the lockdown, okay? And you can see I do all the same woo-woo, fucking young style, fancy fucking, you know? I respect it, but to me it's a parlor trick, and it's like, it's an accessory skill that's only like 5% of what the martial art really is. Because to me, Tai Chi was boxing, it was smashing things, like punching heavy bags, breaking people's bones, learning how to like do trapping, the same as Wing Chun, learning how to do smashing like Baji, learning how to do, you know, the piece like everything, like it's the ultimate fist. That means that all like your chest boxing has to be there. And that Yang Cheng Fu fat, like heroin addict fucking lineage got lazier and lazier, and at least the Yang Cheng Fu still has the internal stuff. But it's just lazy and lazier and lazier, and then people just want to be like, they want superpowers with no effort, and I just don't like where society went. Wait, Minzer teaches Chen Man Ching's form? If he's teaching Chen Man Ching's form, then we're fucking cousins. I didn't know that. What? Okay, you guys just. And then I've only known this guy for how many fucking years? I did not know that. The first level of Minzer's training is the fucking Chen Man Ching form? Then why do his fucking followers hate me so much? I defended this fucking guy, and we're the same family. Why do they fuck with me so much? Are they retarded? Are his fucking fans retarded? I literally defended the guy. We do the same fucking form. We have the same grandmasters. What the fuck is wrong with these people? Are they fucking delusional? What is wrong with these fucking people? I need a fucking in the shop because this is my fucking head's gonna explode. The way those fucking assholes attack me, and we're literally part of the same lineage. I literally had no fucking idea. This is like, my fucking head's gonna pop. And his fucking retarded fucking students, after I defended the guy countless fucking times, go in their forums and fucking target me and fuck with me. Meanwhile, we have the same grandmaster, I'm defending his ass? Now I'm really gonna smack him up. He's literally my fucking cousin. And they're fucking with me? The fucking plot thickens, bro. It's like so stupid. The Tai Chi lack of community is so fucking retarded, I don't understand it. I don't get it. These people are so stupid. Fucking retards. Unfucking believable. But that's what I was saying, like, originally, if you look at Chen Menching's frame, I'm 6'3", okay? But if you look at Chen Menching's stances, they were the same length as classical karate, like the way I did it. Front-facing, full-length stance. You know what I mean? And then later on, like, he was like, oh, you're weak, and you don't, easier. He drinks Evan Williams. This is the only whiskey I drink, is Evan Williams. I won't drink anything else. I don't drink anything else. Like, at all. I only drink whiskey before I go to bed to help me because I can't take any medications. So I drink whiskey before bedtime. That's like my happy place because then I can actually sleep because the amount of injuries I have, I won't be able to sleep. I have a tooth that's cracked literally in the middle. I have no fucking toenail. I have 4 fucking herniated discs. I'm a fucking disaster. So in order for me to sleep, I need something to help me. And I don't want to take any kind of pain meds. So, but I like the way Evan Williams tastes. Actually, one of my students was a cop in New York. He's the one who got me onto that. And like every couple of months, I'll get a couple of bottles and I'll drink a couple of, and then I don't drink for like a couple of months. And then, if it gets like really, or like a holiday, I'll have I'll get a bottle, I'll drink for a couple shots for a couple of weeks. And, yeah, well, yeah, now I'm really fucking more disappointed than I've ever been in these Tai Chi community people. Because the way that they gang stalked me and tried to ruin my reputation and like they fucking like this came after me. And I tried to do the right thing for these fucking people. And instead of me giving a thank you, I got fucking shitted on for 20 years on the internet. Completely shitted on. Okay? And then I realized that the same people who are kissing these guys' asses, they're literally the same fucking lineage. This is exactly what I'm talking about, that they don't understand the decorum. Like the honor code. Like, they're not martial artists. These fucking people, they're so deranged. God. Oh my God. I literally defended the guy multiple times, just on principle. I didn't even know this. I defended him on principle because as a collective, what's happening to the art is not good for anybody. If they're attacking this fucking guy because he's showing a demo and nobody's like saying, well, this is why this works, we are all fucked. Because him and the martial man idiots, they just happen to have the biggest fucking platform right now. And if they go down, all of Tai Chi goes down. Like them or not, you know what I mean? So on principle, like, warrior culture, I defended these fucking guys. I didn't know we had the same grandmaster. The plot thickens. But I have to say, I do William Chen's form. William Chen's form's a little better. Like the saying, yeah, like, I'm a little better than you because I got William Chen's form, No, I mean, but honestly, like, both William Chen and Chen Menching form has gone to shit. Like, there's some good instructors, but I've watched how I came down here in the new city I'm in. I went to World Tai Chi Day. And the instructors were decent for what they were doing, but they changed the form. And they were teaching William Chen's 37 form, and it's not the same form. They added extra steps, there's a centering step, and there's moves that are not Chen Menching moves. And then on top of it, like, the quality of students and like, people don't want to actually work. And like, this is like William Chen's claim, it's like, he made it easier and more enjoyable. It's not supposed to be enjoyable. You're supposed to eat bitter. You're supposed to suffer. Okay? You're supposed to suffer. The first lesson of the Buddha, life is suffering. You have to suffer. Okay, if you're doing the fucking form and it doesn't kind of suck, you're probably doing it wrong. Okay? Like, I purposely, like, my form, the Celestial Dragon form, is made to suck. Okay, there's 3 levels of the form. There's a small frame, like the large frame form. The large frame form is meant to torture you. It's meant to suck. It's meant to fucking bring you to the garden of pain before putting you to bed. You know what I mean? Like, Tai Chi is supposed to be a happy place. It's supposed to suck. You have to eat bitter. You have to fucking crawl your fucking self to the bed. But then you have this Is it more important to be a Puritan and only teach the real shit to the secrets people and like your close-door students? Or do you want to help more people and make them healthy? Well, grass barrel's tail to who? So, grass barrel's tail, Chen Men Chain, William Chen style, is very stiff, center axis from, so this center axis move is very stiff and everything's hanging, right? So, a lot of people will do it this way. Hold on. Hey, what's up, John? I haven't seen you in a minute. Yes, anything John wants, he gets. Let me do some order. So, grass sparrow's tail, and I might need to review the question because I'm going to answer bonsai first. But anybody who hasn't seen John's Wooden Chun is top notch in my book, and he actually verifies my theory that Tai Chi, Yangsan Tai Chi, and Wing Chun are brother and sister. If you see his applications, exactly what I've been saying for fucking 25 years. You know, like John's also very cool people. I got to talk to him a couple times. He's very cool people. I'm gonna come visit you. I'm taking you up on that. But so if we're talking about the Chen Men Chain lineage, right? You want to be. I'm gonna use English, okay? You want to be moving from the perineum as if there's a post in your crown between your nuts and your butthole, and there's a stick here. Okay, and then you're very consciously weighting one side to the other, double heavy, because English idiots would call this double heavy. You're really just pouring your blood into one leg completely, and then pouring your blood into one leg completely, right? Moving from the center axis like this, and you have to separate the guam, or separate the hip girdle. The hands would lead, and all gears move at the same time. Well, William Chen is the same system. There's only a couple moves added. And William Chen is more of a smaller frame. As he's progressed, it becomes smaller and smaller. The opening of the form of William Chen is the same thing. You know, the form that I do has a lot more, the opening has white crane and Wing Chun in the very opening. So the dragon form that I do, so, you know, the whole battle thing, whatever. But when you set up, there's water style in it, there's white crane in it, there's Wing Chun in it. So there's a lot more moves involved. I don't want to show it too slow, I don't want to steal it. But now what I think sparrow's tail should look like, if you would complete the coil, I'm going to show you my sparrow's tail, okay? I'm going to show it fast, but I want everybody to see the whole thing. Okay? Forcing the full weight onto the front leg. We're finishing the sparrow's tail thing. The legend of the grass sparrow's tail is that there's a burn in the guy's fucking arm. And this is a mistake I was discussing with Sifu Shirley. When I read the legend about the sparrow's tail 30 years ago, he has a bird on his arm, and there's a tail on the bird. He's petting the bird. So most people would say it's one off left, and then grass sparrow's tail is all Pamujian up until single lip. But if you read the classics, whatever you want to call it, grass sparrow's tail has to start from one off left in the long form because he's petting the fucking bird's tail. So if someone can correct me on that. So if I was talking about like grass sparrow's tail being done correctly, one off left is the beginning. It's not, if you don't say one off left and then one off right, roll back, press, push. It should be one off left, one off right, roll back, settle, press, and push. Okay? So John was asking about, I gotta review the exact question because I don't want to leave him hanging. Issuing kinetic energy upon initial contact of touch. Okay, give me a second, John. style and the fire style. So, most of the yang style and like all the goofy people on the internet right now, they're talking about elastic collision, and they're talking about the water version of the yang style project, or the Wing Chun project. So you're even talking about the snake or the crane engine. On the contact, they're mostly talking about an elastic collision. They're talking water, meaning the cold right-hand path. So you're not really issuing force. If we're talking about like what I think John's talking about, when you're talking about on contact getting an elastic collision, right? If like we have a cue ball and the cue ball hits the 8 ball, and the 8 ball goes, and everything's equal, right? What most of these guys are doing is you create a condition with the 5 or 7 bows, however you want to count it. I count 5 bows, okay? Elbows, knees, lower back, from up to the thoracic lumbar junction. All right? The upper back is not a bow, but some people will say this is a bow. I'm not going to get into that. What is generally happening on the soft side, where there's no actual projection, is the person hitting a trampoline, and when the person will touch me, for instance, they're resting on this bowstring, like an actual bow and arrow. They're going to rest on this bowstring, and the force is equal on the XY axis. And then, so what I tell people, and one of my methods of doing this is that if we have the yin-yang symbol, can you see the yin-yang symbol in the camera? Okay. My method of soft fajing, because I do soft and hard, right, is if someone has me on like ward-off, and I'm doing a static ward-off, and I want to bounce them, or do fajing, and they touch me, and I shoot them off, and it looks like I haven't moved, what I've actually done in that case is when they put pressure on me, Sung for me is releasing only the 9 hinges so that the blood can release and power down to the ground. And then I expand my tendons to create like a guitar string overtuned. When they do that, I collapse that into one of my root, like either the left leg or the right leg. Doesn't make a difference which one. It could be lateral or bilateral. When they hit me on this XY axis, their energy is going through the strings in my bone marrow. When it hits the ground, it goes positive to 10. It hits the ground and comes back reversed wave. So the sine wave, the center of this yin-yang is a sine wave. When the wave hits the ground and comes back up, it's coming 180 degrees out of phase. So when he hits me, that wave compresses me, and it's not actually systolic compression, it's actually millions of oscillating waves happening in milliseconds that you can't see or perceive. It looks static, but it's not. It's actually a bunch of sine waves. So when he's compressing me, that wave is hitting the ground at plus 10, comes back out of phase at minus 10. At the contact point, it negates, I feel 0. At that point, I split the contact point. So if this is the point he's contacting, and it's all white, it's all yang. When it's complete, I take that wave and I empty one of the 4 corners. So I can like divide it in half, make this 0, make this 100, right? Or make this 0 and this 100 and vice versa. When that happens, because his force has been negated on contact through the out of phase cancel, once I open one of those channels, it becomes a 50, so imagine the whole circle is 50-50, and then all of a sudden, like it's a pipe, and all of it's 100%, but then I put a line in between and make one 0 and the other one 100. And he's already at 0 pressure because his force has been negated. So once I negate the force and open one of the channels, that 50-50 becomes 100-0, he pops. That's my concept of the soft logic. If that makes sense. I know it's a long-winded example, I hope that makes sense. But that's how I explain it. I did it with Don when he came to help me with the demo. In my shorts, I was doing it, I was explaining, I put the yin-yang symbol on my forearm. That's the big secret, how my method. is I use the yin-yang in my head, and I say wherever he's touching me, I make that like 50-50 as a circle. This is a better way to explain it. In the old method, you're actually a pneumatic and hydraulic spring. So the hydraulic part is if you have two tubes and you have a pipe between the two tubes, you have two pistons, and both tubes are filled 50-50 with water. If I was to push one piston down, it would push the water through the tube and push the other piston up. So when you're going back to the other guy, Bonsai, about how to do grass also properly, the hand that's dropping is actually, if you have the correct conditions, is pressurizing the front hand to lift. This is why, especially in rollback, if you roll back correctly, the hand wants to flow. Like I didn't just lift my hand like that. It literally feels like the blood is pushing my hand up. It's a very strange feeling. So that counterforce pressure is where all this stuff comes from. It's from the blood. But that's like the closed door young style shit. Nobody talks about the blood anymore. It's actually about compressing blood. Nothing about fascia, nothing about any chi. It's all about blood and stretching. So that's my method. That's a long-winded explanation, but I don't know another way to explain it. I'm trying to find a better way. I'm sorry, but that's the best way I can explain it, John. I wish I had a shorter, not so convoluted way to explain this, but that was the best I got. So I hope that. Any questions? Because that's how I look at it. But that's a bunch of autism and whiskey, and I hope that was somewhat a good example. But even when I do the hard style, I always use this yin-yang splitting on my contact points. So even when I'm sparring karate, no matter what I do, as soon as I touch the person, when I feel contact, I want to immediately break that 100% to a 50-50 split and then make 100-0. And if you really can wrap your head around that, taking a full pipe, putting a divider in the middle, and then making one side of a vacuum, and doing that in a tenth of a second. And that's my whole method. It's like my secret sauce. I think I explained that as best I could. So I hope it made sense, John. I think we lost Jonathan Noodles. I don't think he cares anymore. But that's the main reason, like, why part of my dragon style form is like that. I mean, there's a lot of postures that are hiding. But my whole theory is that when I come in ward-off, my ward-off shell has to have all of the components to guard at all times. I have to have full root, and I have to have a statistical probability of guard. But when the guy makes contact with me, I never want him to feel like he's on a flush surface. So as soon as he makes contact, he's already getting that split. So the layer is happening on the contact point, the splitting energy. So anytime someone touches me, they're getting split. So if we do the square version of the form, that's what happens. So my square form, when you see the square form, it makes more sense. Because the idea is that at every impulse, whatever he touches, he's getting lier. Like at every impulse is a lier split. So if you're from the front, every time everything is breaking. And like my Liu has a little bit of the Chen style aspect to it. Because when you get to here, remember this pressure, there's the stab, the palm strike. Here's your rollback, here's Lia. Here is what you would consider a bonsai. There's never a point where he can touch me and he's not getting Lia in the contact, meaning to split the force. Because people forget that the frame teaches you an energy vector. So Peng is this circle, right? Lia is any kind of splitting energy. So splitting energy can be on the contact circle. So when you see like the contact circle, when the guy touches me, and this happens in a tenth of a fucking second, because I'm just gonna go like this and I'm gonna hit him. You know? So as soon as he touches me, he's getting Lia on top of rollback. So when he touches me here, there's a 0 point. That 0 gets split in half. If there's pressure on the top, he's getting Lia here, he's getting Lia here. So there's an actual ripping on the contact. It's not just in the hands. So you're supposed to do Lia in my rollback. When his elbow's here, and I have his elbow doing Lia split, this is drilling. This is going like this. So one's always doing a circle, one's always doing a line. So if I have his elbow, half of my arm from the rear channel is splitting forward while the other half is circling in. I'm trying to exaggerate it so you can see it on the camera, because you're not going to see it. Because it doesn't look like anything. If I do like this, you're not going to see it, but from the inside, it's like, it just feels like there's a... I'll show you. I have the Fascia book that everybody says I'm not qualified to talk about. I'm going to explain to you what exactly is happening. Because I love to geek out about this shit, as you guys know. Where is it? This is the anterior oblique sling. So, in my style, you can use Lia, you can use power. Because it says do not use force against force. It doesn't say not to use force. You felt it, yeah. So, if a guy's coming in with a linear power, my circular power is he can't resist it. So there's no reason for me not to use every fucking muscle in my body. So if I can, when I do roll back, I use the same practice in the form. When I apply it, I'll fucking rip your arm off. Because the classics say force against force. Does that say not to use force? It doesn't say to rid yourself of all Lee. That's nonsense. His elbow's coming in. When I do this split, this muscle is like the fucking towel, and I'm going, and fucking just ripping this whole line apart. You know? So, and when I do it on demos, I never use more 5% power because that vector, he can't sustain the angle. If there's a straight line, or for some reason he goes to push me and I get him in this rollback posture, he's fucked. Because his linear, he has nothing to resist this. So 5% torque with a push, his body spazzes out. 100% he'll rip his arm off. So that's my method. And I think I answered both by Tai and John's question, because that initial on-contact power is the correct way to do grass animal's tail. And this is one thing I do disagree with Adam Minzer about. I don't believe the four corners are to compensate for deficiencies in the four cardinal energies. I think that all 8 energies are equal and happen all at the same time. I don't believe, because to me there's only Peng An. In my system, there's only Peng and An. When you get something, you breathe your head up. From your heart, you're split. So when you have this splitting in your heart, and you have the toroid field, the chest plate is floating, right? The dantian and the whole entire bag, from your pubic diaphragm to your thoracic diaphragm, is just hanging here. and then your legs are pouring the blood down. So once that happens, if you do your form, do your Tai Chi, your Wing Chun form in a pool, and really do it in a pool for like at least an hour, and up to your neck, you can feel yourself floating. When you get that sensation, you'll understand what I mean. That it's all the energies are in all places at once, and the only real energy is pumping on. There is a counterweight float from the air system, the pneumatic spring, and then there's a sinking from the hydraulic spring. And the combination of pneumatic upward pressure from floating from less density, from hydraulic more density, creates lead from your heart. It creates an internal splitting. That internal splitting is everything. Now once you're in a static posture, you're in Wuji. So you release one hinge, creates a counterweight. You have a pneumatic lifting and a hydraulic dropping. This creates the Tai Chi bubble. So if you're in a position, say like, you do a Fajin or you do a power out in karate, or and I power out, right? The wave has left my body, now I'm stuck. The only way for me to move right now is for me to do an action, which is to consciously contract my bicep and move my hand up. The other way for me to do would be to stretch from the one point and to relax the hinge down. Once I do that, it creates a wave. If the whole system follows that, you create Tai Chi motion. So you can do it by contraction or through release and expansion. That's the whole theory behind my style. And when you mix that with the right crane and the water style stuff that I do, that's why my form looks so wavy. Because everything I'm doing, it starts with release. You start to see like this wave in my coil that looks a little funky. You know what I mean? And that's the theory behind it. Also in my form, you'll see me constantly on one leg. Did I lose you guys? Okay, I lost you guys. So in my form, I take the one leg posture a step ahead, because he asked me about what's the proper way to do grass balance tail. Traditionally, grass balance tail is you're on 70-30. But what I found in fighting and playing with people in New York, like really good guys, there's a hole. So you have a hole, which is why I have the 5 steps of power, 5 element step. So it's the 7-star step. We call it, it's 5 elements in the beginning, and the dragon's tail is 6 and 7. But we overtrain this one leg posture. Like we ridiculously overtrain this one leg posture to the point where it's obnoxious, so that you can do these isolations and not have a problem. You know what I mean? Like doing the kick isolations is really important if you could actually fight, because when you get caught by wrestling is when you can't cut the axis and you can't be on the leg. So that's another thing that from my grass balance tail, for me to do it correctly, I do it 45. You're going to notice that I'm completely on this leg, right? So this way I can kick, and then we split the gua. That's another thing that we do. So when I come up on this leg's 100%, and then this leg is going to split the gua. Whenever one is yin, the other is yang. So one is 0, one is 1. So this has to be circling, and this is doing 1. So we get to that dragon tail shake thing. This is splitting, this is circling. This allows me to kick it to be full power on the leg. It's not hard, it's square. So if you look at the emblem of Tai Chi United, that's my entire philosophy. It's my, even my gaming channel has the same emblem. So from the outside, you need the humanities mathematics. You need the right angle. So without a right angle, the right angle is the mark of man. So when I start people in any kind of martial art, I start them in the square. Learn the body. In my form, there's no turns. There's no spins. Nothing in my form is actually a circle. So if I do my form, I'm gonna do it fast, I don't want people to be able to copy, but, so here you see like the wave of my form. Right? You see my single whip? I'm gonna do it fast, I don't want people to be able to get it. But you see there's like a lot of waving. There's no circles in my form at all. Everything's actually a straight line pulling in a circle. So the theory is a circle and a square, they're both 360 degrees. So we start you with the 90, 90, 90. So the OODA loop only has about 4 points. So we start you with a square form. First part of the square form is 2 beats. Next part of the square is 4 beats, then 5 beats, then 7 beats. 7 beats is going to the 7 stars of the north of the Big Dipper. So if you walk by my workshop, you'll see the whole dragon form and the whole 7 star dipper step thing. That's the whole thing. So basically you have 5 power steps and then 2 defensive steps. You have a roll from the ankle, a stab with the knee, a drill from your hip, a stab with the knee, and a roll backwards, and then you have a double shake. And I don't want to give too much away, but that's the idea. So that's how I teach it. But the idea is that there is no spinning. So even my ward-off is not actually ward-off. This is cotton. So when I step in here, this is an elbow and a shoulder strike. What do they call it? Wind chun? I don't remember the wind chun names. It's been 30 fucking years, I'm sorry. But this shape, and then when I come here, would be locked out. So it's just like a back fist. So from here, I'm just traveling in a straight line. Even from here, I'm just traveling in a straight line. From here, I'm traveling in a straight line. Traveling in a straight line. So there is no, even my rotation here is there's a line called the silk reeling is when I throw a cotton needle at you, an invisible chi thread, and it's being dragged in. So there's no spinning. There's nothing in my form that's actually a circle. The circle's an illusion. The circles are inside my body because the outside is dragging me in a linear way. So if I do my single whip, it looks like a circle. There's no circles. Right, and even when I'm not traveling in a straight line, like rush knee twist step, it looks like I'm not traveling in a straight line, but everything's straight lines. Because if you watch the mechanics, my single whip looks really crooked. But if you actually see the mechanic, it looks a little crooked. When you understand why, it's not, it looks like all twisted, but it's really just a bunch of straight lines. And that's what fucks up the beginners. But my form's not made for beginners. So I teach William Chen's form first. Or I teach them to call the infinity form. So the infinity form is basically just Penglu Jian and single whip and ka. And I teach them that first, and then I'll start telling them my form. Because my form has a lot, this is too much in it. And then there's a hard version and a soft version, but there's not a hard style. There's an angular style where you're learning the curves, and there's water style. Right? So the beginning is more like crane and chum. When you learn the actual application, then you learn the softer style, then you learn the water style version of it. Yeah, it gets complicated. I don't want to show too much because people fucking steal my show all the time. But Wing Chun guys and my crane guys will understand my opening, because you guys should have, what is it, a bottom style, I guess, at the bottom? I don't know what the names are, guys, it's been so long. But this is a combination of the Tai Chi, Wing Chun, White Crane forms. mixed with water style form. Apple, what do you want? You've been yelling at me the whole time. And also, I don't like to call even my hard Tai Chi, because my karate isn't a hard style either. Because if you look at the karate I do, and you look at the Chen practical method and how he throws his punch, it's the exact same thing. We have the same two punches. We have the same punch, we have the same punch. It's literally the same thing. My single whip, when we get to single whip here, this is just this corkscrew uppercut punch. Right? Is it hard style? Nobody calls Chen style hard style. So why is mine a hard style? You know, I don't know. You know what I mean? What the fuck does hard style mean? So that's why I'm very careful, especially now that my system's being sold now. I'm trying to be careful how I explain it, because it's a historical reference. But how is this a hard style? Because it's fast? Like, is it hard style? I don't know. You know what I mean? But I would say that you can break it down into square and angular and curved and, you know, square and fast and circular and slow. That would probably be the most basic way to explain the concept. So that was more than I was planning on sharing with you guys. Yeah, because Kyokushin is not real karate to me. Kyokushin is karate-based kickboxing. It's not real karate. Kyokushin, as much as I love Kyokushin, right? Hardcore, it's not real karate. It's not real karate. It's not real Budo karate. It's not the karate that I learned. Like, it's not the same. It's good. I have a lot of respect for it. I think that sport of karate is much more translatable into real life, but it's not the real thing. And I think a lot of the masters in the Kyokushin will agree with me. It's a sport. It's not the same. Like Shojuru, there's a whole bunch of other stuff that is much more scary than Kyokushin. Kyokushin is respectable. Kyokushin is respectable as fuck, but it's a sport. Same as Sanda. It's not a real martial art. Martial art is meant to kill people within one shot on contact. It's like a Mosi Nagata. It's hard to explain because Okinawa karate went. My karate is corrected Shotokan. Have a good one, Don. Brainwash the idiots with the good fucking kung fu. My karate is it's basically Shotokan has been fixed. Because when the Chinese brought karate to Japan, they didn't teach them. Chinese people were notoriously deceptive, so they taught them misaligned angles. And Uncle Lee went to China. He studied with the monks, he studied the shaolin, he studied the right crane. He did all the things, and he fixed the alignment. So what Shotokan karate down block is this, ours is like this. And if you look at Papme, like when we do overhead block reverse punch, it's the same square. You know? So the square is the same. So I call it I guess it's a rectangle, but I call it a square. You know? So I consider my karate is more right crane, haka fists, Wing Chun. Because our karate style has 12 punches, and they're all Wing Chun punches and strikes. So it's basically all the same techniques that you would see in Wing Chun. That's the entire hand set. There's a couple of moves that are hidden in the forms later, but that's the 12 basic punches. You have 3 punches. You have an uppercut, you have a vertical fist, you have a down punch, You have a knife hand strike this way, a knife hand strike this way, a spear finger, you have a backhand palm, a front hand palm, a knife hand palm, a palm this way, reverse palms, and then you have, I guess that's a whole style. With a very square shape. The only difference is that we move around a lot and we have kicks. Because we have northern leg, southern fist. So there's 12 basic kicks, 12 basic hands, 5 stances, 5 guards. And then after you learn the 24 hand and foot basics and 5 guards and 5 stances, then there's a couple of extra that added on. Like the fascial is in the high level forms. There's a box out like this, like elbow block. It's this things that I added later on in the forms. But there's 12 basic hands, 12 basic feet, 5 kicks, and 5 defenses. And that's the entire system. Because you understand, this was meant to be taught to a military group. And the idea was to teach you a fundamental set of techniques that work on certain alignments that you can kill people with every single time. Or maim them. It wasn't meant for a sport, it wasn't meant for fun. It was meant, you have a battalion of 1,500 fucking guys, you know what I mean? And you have to train them to kill people within 3 to 9 months. And nothing else. It's not about showing off, it's not about being funny. It just punch trees, smash bricks, go kill people in the fucking village. And that was the whole thing. So they took the northern legs and the southern fist and took the 12 basic techniques, and one of the best techniques that would 100% kill people if you practice them every single day. And that was the whole style. And there's angle differences. For instance, like modern styles of chopping the hand will be like this with no coil, or even with a coil would be like a sideways motion. In my style, it's not like that. My style comes it comes down. So you don't see it, and it breaks your guards. For instance, if you have a boxing guard, the whole point of this system is that it's supposed to kill martial artists. So theoretically, right? So if he has a boxing guard or some kind of kung fu guard, if I do this to him with no coil, it's very easy to deal with. But if I come down and I crush his guard and then slide in and then hit him on the vagus nerve or hit him in the temple, it's very difficult to deal with that. Because you have 3 vectors, you have a sideways angle, you have a down angle, you're at one time crushing the guard and you're hitting on the neck. So slowly it looks like this, but in real life it's this. Like you don't really have time to see it. So if I'm here, I go like that. So it's very quick. And I'm not even that good at this shit. Imagine these guys in Vietnam that were like running around the villages killing people. You know, like I'm good enough to handle myself against idiots. But they were the guys that train people, scary fucking dudes, bro. Like people that they put their hands through solid objects, like they were scary fucking dudes. Scary fucking dudes. That's why I'm a pussy. Like as big as I am and tough as I am, I'm a fucking pussy. Like I'm not that tough. You know, I just know that everybody else is a bunch of pussies. Yes, because the karate that I learned was northern leg, southern fist. So Zumi is a southern fist. So we have that same crushing punch also in forms later on. So that there's a lot of Zumi aspects because it's northern leg, southern fist. The northern leg style, for instance, like when we throw the kicks, they come like up and then coil, or come forward and coil. So it's come this way, it would coil. It would coil like in a way that's like it drills in, kind of like Mahjong. Like it's a fucking twisting thing. Everything's twisting and like coiling inside. So like a roundhouse kick, we don't do roundhouse kick like this. We do roundhouse kick like this. So it's like it just comes out of nowhere. Crescent kick, same thing. We don't do crescent kick like this. We do crescent kick like this. It just, everything comes from this fucked up angle. And I'm old and sloppy, so don't judge my technique. I'm just talking about the theory right now. But wheel kick, for instance, I'm not going to throw it, but wheel kick is not a circle. Wheel kick is an up. It's an up. It's like it comes up this way. Modern style is a big fucking circle. No. And there's no spinning moves. So everything we do is a facing. So I'm going to face you, and now the kick comes out. There's no spinning, there's no turning moves. Well, we call it a turnaround and then side kick, but there's nothing that's a spin in my forms. In my karate or my Tai Chi, there's nothing that's rotating in the spin. And there's nothing that you get to see. The whole goal is that we make you see one thing, you think I'm going over here, and next thing you know there's a fucking leg in your face. Or if I'm gonna throw this thing, you think I'm throwing a jab, but it comes out crooked. You know what I mean? Or like you think I'm throwing a regular punch, but it actually comes out crooked. It comes out in a way that you're like, why is it over there? You know, like the Yapsudo, you think I'm gonna do karate chop, but the chop is that. It's just a weird, it's a very weird path, you know? Or like the Maizongi guy I was teaching, he was teaching me, we punch like this. Like, you know, like the punch is fucked up. You don't know where it's coming from. You think it's coming like this. It's like this. I can't even explain that angle. It's a weird angle. But from your eyes, you don't see it. Or like Shudo. Shudo, we don't, there's like, it's the idea that it's coming like right. It's coming so straight at you that your eye doesn't catch it. It's fucked up. Like this was actually banned in the tournaments because this move, it was very hard to catch it. Right? Because if I'm here like this and I go like this to you, there's no time. It's like there's the time delay. Your brain doesn't register it. There's nothing wrong with that water. You're just being a fucking brat. Yeah, it's very similar, but we don't have any decorative movements. Everything is like starting off from nowhere, right? So the guard would be like just like, you know, like we have a formal guard, right? But the formal guard is supposed to be like, hey man. But when you formalize it, this is the thing people don't say about karate. You learn formal motions. You learn this, but that's not how you use it. You learn this, that's not how you use it. It's never meant to be used that way. You can use it that way, but you're supposed to use it from chumbi or like the ready position, right? This represents me hanging out my hands here and just going. So it's just like, I'm here, and then, okay, I'm here, and then I just go. You know, and there's a lot of things that are lost. I don't want to say too much because there's certain things that if I explain it, that's too easy to do. It's very bad. So I don't like to show it to public. Nobody gets to watch my stream anyway. But the way that we hit the bones, it's illegal. It's bad. You know, like for instance, when we check the kicks, we don't check the kicks the way you think. Like you say, Muay Thai, you check the kicks like for sport. We don't check the kicks like that. Like we do that for our friends. When we check the kick, we're gonna kick you underneath the angle. Like we're gonna break it. So like everything is bad. Like even the form when you do the knee up, the angle of the knee up is to break the shin. Everything is cutting, and everything is like against where it should be. Everything's not happy. And this is why my master was like, let it die. Because he didn't even, like, in the last generation of his students, he didn't even teach them the real stuff. Like, I was like the last one he taught the way he was really teaching. And he taught, like, he never, like, it's not that he didn't teach the last generation, but he said to me, I know you know quit. That was his whole gimmick. Like, I know you know quit. Like, that was his joke. So he would, like, beat the fuck out of me and show me the extra stuff, because the other ones, they were doing it and they were good, but they weren't like religious zealots. So he didn't give them he didn't like pass on the heritage to them the way he did to me. None of my teachers actually. Like, you know, like I was lucky because I guess they saw something, my autism, that they wanted me to have the extra stuff, but because it's just, I don't know. But there's a lot of things that people don't understand about just like angles and how things work and how easy it is to do really bad things. You know? I want you guys to see this. He has a full bowl. You should be embarrassed. You should be fucking embarrassed. Because you have everything you need. But you're still complaining. You're still complaining, right? What do you want? Are you saying I have to feed you? Is your fucking bowl not full of food? Is this not full of food and you already eat your food and you didn't even finish this? You're crying like you're abused? Like I don't fucking feed you? Like there's no water in your bowl? Oh shit, there is no water in this bowl. Oh my god. I am a dad. I'm a terrible dad. You're right, Opera. I'm a terrible fucking dad. How did you even manage that? I just fucking filled your bowl at 3 o'clock. Did you spill it? What the fuck did you do? How is this possible, bro? Okay, you got me. I'm a terrible dad. You fucking got me. Okay, I have to admit that I failed. I'm a terrible father. I fill his bowl religiously at exactly the same times, okay? It's 7 in the morning, 4 at night. But like, I'm like, you know, fucking Rain Man. I keep everything on a schedule. So I wake up like 6 a.m. You know, sometimes if I'm like, you know, if I'm having a bad day, maybe I'll get between 7 and 8. And as soon as I get up, take my piss, cat gets fed, cat gets water. Then 3:30, 4 o'clock, religiously water and food are checked. I know I gave this motherfucker water today at 3 o'clock. That shit's bone dry. I don't know how he managed that. I've never seen that before. You happy now? I'm sorry, buddy. That was my fault. You know what? You get some treats because Daddy's a fucking idiot. Daddy fucked up. You're right. I'm sorry. Here, you get rewards. I know for a fact, because I religiously check his shit, guys, I'm not the best dad, okay? I didn't have a dad. But I'm pretty good fucking, I take care of this fat, you see how fat he is, okay? I didn't forget to feed him, I didn't forget to give him his water. I don't know how he managed that. Because his bone dropped, and I haven't seen that ever. It's like fucking like the hair in it. He's crying and complaining, I'm like, I don't believe you. But he'll also complain if he puts his fat face in the bowl, and there's one hair in the bowl, he'll cry to have me change the water. And that's why I was like, calling him out, but this is the one time he didn't cry wolf. And John has a cat called Dora the Explorer. I learned a lot today. I learned that Adam fucking Minsner is a part of my lineage. I learned that John has Dora the Explorer as a cat. Oh my god. This has been an informative night, guys. If I'm moving extra stiff, because I haven't really been training, and like the last 3 weeks, is like I've started my real training because I have to get back to superhero mode to scare people. And I've been doing form in the pool. I used to do because my master, like 2 to 4 times a year, we do like Navy SEAL training, you know? Like we go at 5:30 in the morning and we run, like kind of like best of the best. We'd run the beach in full uniform, and we used to use like the heavy fucking heavy karate gi. And we go in the water, and we run knee deep in the water, then we run fucking waist deep in the water, and then we spar in the water, we form in the water, like we fucking it was just like 5 hours of torture. We did that 4 times a year. So I would bring that into my Tai Chi training, and I would go to the beach and I would do my forms in the ocean, because have the ocean pulling me. But now I'm doing it in the pool. And I always talk about this, practice the visualization and actualization. You have to be able to, like a child, imagine things to get your body to do the woo-woo. You need to imagine yourself being in the pool to really get the effect. Like even Chen Man-Ching form. It's one thing to do the movements. The other thing to do the movements in a pool and to swim on dry land. When you're really floating, and you can get this, you imagine the sense of floating. Like you're not even, you feel the weightlessness. I'm doing a Chen Man-Ching version, it's not my fault. Okay, but I want you to understand what I'm talking about, like this weightlessness feeling. You don't even hear my footsteps. You gotta practice in a pool at least once in your life. There's two things, if you want to be good at Tai Chi and Wing Chun, in my opinion, you gotta practice in a pool at least once for like a full hour with good mechanics, and you have to grab a big fucking snake. The biggest fucking snake, the biggest, scariest, nastiest, slimiest snake you can go to a pet store and get a boa constrictor and ask them if you can hold it. Like the biggest motherfucker you can find. Because that's the feeling you want to get in your hand. Because it's the only way I can explain it. If you want to like understand what I mean, when I say like my style is like snake and crane, you gotta grab this fucking big ass snake, like a slimy motherfucker. And you know what I mean? Like, and John's old enough, he's probably been like a hippie and hang out at the parties where they always have some crazy drunk guy with a snake, he might know. But like in New York, people used to come to parties, like I used to run all the fucking crazy parties, fetish parties, and all the I want shut shit. So I'd have people coming in, spitting fire, carrying snakes. So I got to handle a lot of crazy animals, you know? But until you feel what that feels like, you don't know what coiling really is. Because it looks the same. If I do it, I'm gonna do it no power. This is nothing. Now I'm gonna do it full power. And it looks the same. It looks the fucking same. But I can feel the chi, I can feel it feels like something. And you can't explain it in words. But when you grab like a fucking big ass scary snake and you feel his arm just perched and just hanging here, and you know what that feels like, that's Tai Chi. That's like the essence of Tai Chi Wing Chun to me. I mean, John knows way more about Wing Chun. I'm a fucking novice. I consider myself like intermediate because I play with so many people. I'm no fucking Wing Chun guy. I stole enough Wing Chun to correct my Yang style form. You know what I mean? I stole enough Wing Chun to verify my karate. That's how I look at Wing Chun. You know what I mean? Like the Wing Chun that I learned was enough to verify my karate skills and enough to verify my Yang style. I'm no Wing Chun guy. I teach Wing Chun theory to the best I can, but I never tell people that I'm a Wing Chun guy. You know? But I really feel like until you grab that motherfucking slimy ass big boa constrictor and he's hanging around your neck and you have his body and he's just sitting there like this, you don't know what snake body really is. Because that feeling of how thick, like, it just feels like a pit bull with scales. I don't know how to explain it. And this is maybe something I should say also, like my form, it's like the feeling is the most important thing, and the visualization. So it's like, it's not enough to just do the form. But this is great, this is a beginner level. I'm doing the form, I'm doing mechanics, I understand, okay, this is the shape, this is the thing, this is the block, this is the strike, this is the strike, this is the block, this is the break, this is the thing, you know? John, we had this conversation, I totally agree with you. Most Wing Chun guys are fucking, I don't even know what they're doing. Because when I learned Wing Chun in the 90s, first I learned from some random books. I've read every Bruce Lee books in the 90s, because that's what the thing was. And I don't even remember who it was, some young guy, the first book I got. This is fucking 30 years ago. And then I got like actually hands-on Wing Chun like in 97 to 2003. And I don't know what lineage it was. We were sparring, we were training shit, I didn't care. So I don't know which is which, but those guys from that era the karate, the Tai Chi, the Wing Chun, the Jingyi, the fucking Bagua, like, you know, everything I learned, like the Hakka styles, you know, everything I learned had a similar feeling. We always started from a ready position, whether it's a chumbi in karate or a opening here, or like that fucking square thing you guys do, you know, whatever the fuck you guys do. There was always a very similar opening, and there was always, okay, we're gonna learn a posture, and we're gonna hold that posture, and we're gonna make sure that posture can take a thing, and you're not gonna fucking move. You know? That was like the unified thing. And then after you learn a posture, the pop man also, you know, like Majuni, fucking, like everything I did from the old guys, they followed the same algorithm. Where it was like, you start off at, somehow you get to shoulder width, you know? And then you learn how to stand up straight, you learn how to breathe, and then you learn how to walk in their method, and then you learn how to put the hands in their method. The Wing Chun guys didn't walk first. That was the only difference in the Wing Chun guys, is that they showed you the hand before you walked. That was the only difference. Like the karate I learned, the kung fu I learned, wushu I learned, you know, the karate, everything we learned, a ready position, you learn how to step, either as a mud step or as a heel step, and then you learn like your basic, whatever the punch was, whatever the kick was, on top of that walking posture. The only thing I remember different from the Wing Chun, from playing with the guys, was they didn't teach you to walk first. You know, I don't know if this is like the historical correct way, because again, this is like New York City in the 90s, everybody's drunk and smoking pot and being assholes. You know what I mean? And we're just like playing karate, you know? So I don't want to like, I don't want to can I be careful because this stuff stays on the internet forever? I don't want to be like, this is the right way, you know? But from what I remember, the only difference in the core philosophy was that Wing Chun, you learn your opening, okay, we're shoulder width, and now we're going to learn how to use our hands. You know, and then like we'll do the tons, I guess tons out, right? And we stay there, and you do this really, really slow, and you get the path down, and then you wait and you hold it, and you just sit there and you hold it and you stretch. That's what I remember as the first thing that I learned. And this is 1997. You know, no, 96, so like, don't kill me. The Wing Chun guys, don't fucking kill me, man. Because I'm not a Wing Chun, like, I love those stuff. Like, I read the books when I was a kid. I'm not a Wing Chun historian. I don't want to disgrace anybody, you know? But that's what I remember. I remember, like, one time I went to my friend's house, and we're sitting there, and we're doing this, he had the incense burn, and we fucking do the tan sao, and we're trying to, like, do it with the incense burning, like, you know, like, like that's all I remember, you know, but we were young and we were like, you know, we were kung fu nerds, so I don't know if that's the real way, you know what I mean? Like, I don't know, because I never took a lesson in the school. I did seminars, I taught lessons in the schools, but I never went to a Wing Chun school or Parkway school and learned. I was friends with those guys, and like we would spar, and they taught me. Have a good night, David. I hope it was entertaining and informative. And I'm sorry if I've disgraced anybody else's lineage. You know, like I'm a karate, boxing, kickboxing, and Tai Chi guy. You know, like I don't want to make the other guys feel bad. Like I don't want to like disgrace their lineage by, you know. But this is how I learned this stuff. You know what I mean? So I don't want to like be the guy that's saying, "Oh, this is the," you know, because people on the internet are fucking stupid and they're gonna take my words out of context, and I don't want to be the responsible one for saying this is the way Wing Chun was taught in the old days. That's how it was shown to me when I was playing with guys. You know, you should go to John and ask him because he's the Wing Chun guy. He's in Hong Kong. He knows. I don't know the real way. I know from the books, and I know from guys who said there was somebody in the parks that they played with. I'm not like a guy to say that Wing Chun is this, you know, I don't know shit. I barely remember the names. You know, I remember Tan Sao, I remember Wu Sao, I remember the Bang Sao, Fuk Sao, I remember the Buji. This is the gansao, is it? Because we have this in my form. So this is, I don't know what the fuck this is called. I think this is, you call it gansao, is it? Pulp pies. This is basically our push. I hope I'm getting this right, because I'm looking real fucking stupid right now. Oh fuck. I get the Wing Chun master watching me, I'm gonna fuck us all up. What else is there I remember? I think that's all I remember, I'm sorry. Chum Choi? Is that what you call it? Fuck, man. I'm on the spot, I feel stupid. Shit. I gotta review my Wing Chun, man, I'm sorry. I'm sorry, John. I'm trying my best, man. It's been like 30 years, like, you know, like I love this stuff, but this is the God style? Is that what you call this? Because I call this a Philly shell. Like when I see this move, I call it the Philly shell. I remember the Wing Chun name. Like when you do the low, we call it elbow block in karate. You have like the Wu posture and the high guard and the low guard. What else do I remember? Fuck. Shit. I'm glad I got that much right! Fuck, dude, I fucking motherfucking multiple choice chest and I'm gonna fail. Shit. And I don't want to disgrace your lineage, because you worked hard on that. I don't want to be a dick. I try my best. Low bong sound. That's what I thought. But I didn't want to feel stupid because I know that like the bong sound up here. When I do the bong sound on my form, it's reversing. It's because the idea is that I'm here, the guys, I'm reversing into that tongue sound. So I don't remember how it was taught to me because it was so long ago. But what happens is when I test it, if I do that knife hand and he comes and he's put pressure, my theory is that the wrist controls the danten. So when someone puts pressure on me in push hands or in a fight, this pressure releases this hip, and that forces me to this tansao, to what I usually call the Wu posture. But my Wu posture is a Pak-Sao Wu at the same time. So it's like, because what happens, I notice in a lot of my push hands matches or when I'm fighting or sparring people, is I'll put the jab out, and if I get that right hand, he presses on it, and I just immediately let him roll my hip out, and then I come in. But sometimes the left hand comes out, and it's already here, so it's like I have this counter pressure, where like, I'm trying to hit him, but his left hand's coming, so he gets caught. So it's like, the Wu's, it's like a Wu Pak Sao. I don't know what to call it. I know how it works. Because what happens is we're here, we go here, drill, we dot, and then if there's a pressure here, I'm already here, I'm already here. So we're folding into this bang, as you call it, the bang kao sao, bang kao, right? So it's like this. So slowly, that's what it looks like slow from the side. I guess you can correct it if you want to. But that's how I would, because the goal in the water style version of the dragon form is the timing of the wrist and this gear. The whole style is based on this gear and this gear moving together. So if I feel an impulse, if I like throw a punch and the guy, and I get like a fence guard, when he puts pressure here, this moves this immediately and I come in this way. I don't know what the correct name. I think it's Wu and Pak. But I need to go review my stuff because I don't want to look stupid on the internet. I didn't expect to have to come out of retirement, but now that I'm doing Tai Chi United, I have to get my shit together. This is why I'm training so hard. Because I don't want to look stupid. But yeah, that's the theory. So like I know like I'm trying to remember how I was taught it. Cause I remember I learned the Siloam Tao in the BG form 30 fucking years ago, and I didn't practice the form because like, I'm like, oh, I know these shapes and I have it in my karate style. We have a tan style. We have this, we do this all the time. We do this all the time. We do the fucking dot all the time. Like, you know, I don't need to do this form. I have it in my form. We just spread it out everywhere. So I didn't practice it. I probably should have, just for an historical reference, but I didn't. So, you know, but I know the move. You know what I mean? So what happened, like, when I was starting to do the water style Tai Chi, I was starting to do the Wing Chun, I was starting to do the white crane. When I altered the opening of the form from the William Chen form, was I wanted to make sure those three masters in Chinatown had a place in the form. So the white crane form that I learned was like, it was like this. I don't remember the opening because I changed the opening to put the technique and mix the three together. This is the honest truth. Because I wanted to remember the technique more than I wanted to remember his form. And I kind of feel bad about that now because I want to remember all the forms, but I can't possibly do that. Because the white crane form that I learned was like, there's like 3 steps, there's this, and there's this, and like there's a whole sequence. And there's too many moves. So what happened was, I took William Chen's opening, I took the white crane opening that I learned, and I took the 5 Wing Chun hands, and I found what was the mean average. And then there was a water style Tai Chi guy that I was playing with in Chinatown, and I took his form and added it to the beginning. So when you take all 3 forms, you get my opening, the dragon style form, which is basically this. That's how it happened. Because I was trying the best I could to remember everybody, and it became that. So I don't know if this is technically correct for Wing Chun, if I'm at this spear finger posture to collapse into a bong sao. I kind of feel like the guys that I was playing with always opened up. If I remember correctly, it was opening up this way. But when I use a bong sao, it's always like I have some kind of connection, and he presses on me, and it causes my hip to move. And I don't know if that's correct in the Wing Chun world. And I don't want to disgrace people by saying, oh, I'm doing Wing Chun, you know, because like I don't know if it's correct. But I know what works for me is that like a lot of times like, we'll be in some kind of cross-hand position, we wind up whatever the fuck, and he puts pressure on my wrist or my elbow, and when he puts that pressure, I wind up like this. And that's when this coil comes out. So I don't know if that's legitimate, because the guys I remember doing Wing Chun, the bong sao is always like a forward, but I always do it backwards. And that's my form, so. I hope I don't offend the Wing Chun people. They don't hate me because everybody hates me already. But that's how I do it. If you have any way I can do it better, let me know, because you know I'm always willing to learn stuff. But that's the theory. The theory is we have this, I guess you call it double tan sao to a spear finger. When there's pressure, we're rolling to the inside. So this like bong sao type of shape is initiated from a feed. And that's my form. I don't know if it's correct to the Wing Chun standards, so please forgive me guys. I barely remember the names, I'm sorry. You know, I don't want to dishonor the Wing Chun gods. From that position, rotate the wrists so you're now in a tan sao. Yeah, that's what I think I'm doing. I think that's what I'm trying to do. I'm trying from this version. So the theory is that if we're doing it from the grab, we're doing the Fa Jing Tai Chi thing. When we're doing it from combatives, if he throws a punch, I'm trying to block this and stab him. If I stab at him and he initiates, the idea was to grab him and coil and coil. You know what I mean? But we're trying to show bilaterally as the key form for the form as this is open, this is closed, open, closed. So we have closed, open, closing, closed, open, closing, open, closed. I'm exaggerating so you can see on the camera. But that was the theory. That's correct? Because that's how, because my theory is that my wrist and my dantian, or my wrist and my hip gear, they're coordinated, and these two coordinate the system coordinates. So the idea is like, if I do like a tansal, you call it, if I do a fence with a palm up, and then dot or spear finger, if he puts pressure here, this pressure feeds my hip, and that's a closing. So his pressure closes me. Now for me to move, I have to release. I can't activate, so I have to drop. The only thing to drop is the elbow and my tansal. For me to activate to go forward, I have to release. So the only thing to release is my pinky to wrist. So I wind up in the wusao. I do this move, right? So the idea would be like, if I'm touching and he pushes in, I'm going to follow this. That's like from the front. If I was to block this and punch or stab, there's a force coming in of some kind. He touches, this pushes this, and then I have nowhere else to go. My only action would be to initiate an anterior delt to lift, or to release and relax and drop my elbow. So we wind up in this tansal shape. The only entry here is to release my pinky, and then release my wrist. So when you add that with a stretch, we wind up here. So it was more like an algorithm that was like, if I have to go to the next position based on external force and not initiating an action, the only action left is this algorithm. Because if I'm already here, the only way I can move from a release is release the hip, release the elbow, release the wrist. There's no other way to go. That was my theory at the time. But I remember my friends doing Wing Chun, and they start with a bong sao as a forward, like a forward motion. So I've been really apprehensive about explaining this because I don't really understand the Wing Chun tradition. Like if that's correct. Because the way I look at it, this seems like a receiving move. It seems like, that's what I thought. That's what I thought, because I see guys in the park doing this, and they walk into you with this curved, they dot like this. But to me, this is the yin side. So if I'm showing you my yin side, this is a receiving section. So in my mind, if I feel something on here, I need to be getting away from that. So to me, the bong sao is a receiving, because the inside line is yin. So if I'm pointing my hand like this is yin. So why would I have a yin trying to be yang? And that's what I always thought, but I'm like, is that the right, and I'm not going to argue with these fucking guys. You know what I mean? I don't want to be the bad guy. And people don't like me. You know what I mean? But that was my theory, is like, that's correct, okay. Because I see the forms look like this. You know, they do like this, the way that people do the form, it's very it's like almost active. But my idea was that the top of the hand is yang, the bottom of the hand is yin. If the hack is a knife, I don't want him to see my arteries. So if I'm over here, he's coming out with a fucking knife, I want to get the fuck out of there. This is I don't want you to see this. I want to hide this. But then I'm thinking, okay, well, yin-yang theory, we're going basically to yin-yang. If this is a yin section, and you touch this, yin's receiving, as soon as you touch this, I have to spin. And the only way I have left to spin is the concept. There's nowhere else to go. So that's why the form became this. Because if I'm here and you touch me, I only have these two options. There's nowhere else to go. It's like I don't know where else to go. And I was worried, like, oh, these guys are gonna, because people hate me already. You know what I mean? So like, I don't want to show this shit to the public. They're gonna lose their mind. They're gonna nitpick everything. It's not real Tai Chi, Wing Chun, whatever the fuck they want to call it. And they're gonna hate me more than they already hate me. Okay, thank you, I appreciate the help. I probably should try to remember the Silam Tao and the Buji form. What's the other one called? Oh god, fuck, I don't remember. I know there's Silam Tao and there's Buji. That's what I remember learning. There's a third one, right? There's a third form. Chumkyu, right. Buji has the knife hands. Chumkyu, there you go. That's how, but I'm a 9th degree black belt. I know 27 forms. I haven't practiced them in 10 years. I don't remember shit. I can tell you every single mechanical detail of the style. Ask me to do a fucking form, I remember 3 forms. I don't remember anything. But if you ask me how to do any of the techniques in my karate style, I can micromanage and tell you every mechanical detail. Ask me to do a form, I'm like, I don't remember shit. I did it for 30 fucking years. I can't remember. Maybe I remember, let me see if I remember Chogi, right? I'm not going to do the stomps because I have neighbors, right? Is this how it goes? Yeah, so like, I remember like, there's more memory in there, but like, there's 27 of those, man. I don't remember those. There's no fucking way, man. Oh my god. So, forgive me, John. I don't mean to disgrace your lineage, you know? I'm sorry, brother. I'm sorry, I don't mean to disgrace you guys. You know, I try my best. But, I did pretty decent. I remember half the names. Right? What else is there I'm trying to remember? Fuck. I think that's the limit of the Wing Chun I remember. There's one thing I don't remember if it's Wing Chun. It's a combination of everything. When I teach my fighting, there's 9 rules. And it's like, greet what enters, escort what comes, and follow as it leaves. There's move forward, stay connected, upon those in contact, chase the center. On the defense, we teach, you sit back, you retract the elbow, and you counter with the waist. And that's like the 9 rules of my push hands. I don't know how that coincides to the Wing Chun, like to traditional Wing Chun guys. But I really think that the system is the same as the Tai Chi, how I learned it. And the other, like Mojo Ni, Mijo Ni, whatever the fuck you call it. It's the same, right? Okay. It's just, because now I have to teach for the Tai Chi and stuff, I'm trying to remember where I got everything from. And I don't want to disrespect people. Excuse me. I like disrespecting people who deserve disrespect. I'm from Brooklyn. But I don't like to disrespect the people who actually do the work, you know? I try to do the right thing. I try my best to do the right thing. But I'm really trying to get back in shape and do the right thing so that, like, the people that matter actually feel respected, you know? I don't want to be remembered as the guy who was, like, sloppy and, like, shit the bed. I don't want to shit the bed, you know? But that's how I do it, you know? But also the difference in how I teach that is that all 9 actions happen instantaneously. So it's like when someone comes at me, the greeting, the following, the escorting is like literally on the contact, and then you have attack defense. So it's like I can greet, escort, and follow with an attack. It's like a triangle. When you look at my system's emblem, the point is hiding a triangle. So we have that whole 3 section in the front, and you have two sections of 3 in the back. So the idea is that when I'm sparring somebody, even if I'm like in trapping range sparring, I'm going to greet him. He throws the punch. I'm coming to side step and greet him, and then I'm going to follow him with a strike and then escort him as he leaves. It's like the same idea, but we use a Z-step. The attack defense is split, but the 3 sections happen instantaneously or separate. So it's like, if I'm on defense, he attacks me, I greet him, I make a bridge. I follow him, and then I escort him as he leaves. So it's like, make contact, use the elbow, attack, parallel the waist. But what I do, and if you see my push hands videos, is like, as soon as he fucking touches me, I'm doing all 3 of those things at once. I'm having trouble at the level I'm at as an instructor, getting my students to understand that all 3 things are exactly the same time. You know what I mean? It's like, I have to explain it in the stepwise thing, but then I feel like I have to re-explain it to them that it's not separate. Because this should be like, it's like not like, I'm going to catch you, I'm going to turn you here, and then I'm going to go. Like, that's like the fucking baby level, but it's like, when I do it, it's like, I'm already, it's like, he touches me, I'm already stabbing him in the throat. Because as soon as he touches me, it's like this whole thing happens. So I'm still in the process. I think I'm still young enough compared to like the master level. Because I'm technically the master guy, but I'm like, you know what I mean? I'm not even 50 yet. I'm almost 50. You know what I mean? So I'm trying to figure out what is the algorithm to teach these people correctly and not, if I die, I don't look like an idiot. I did the right thing. Because that's really what I'm thinking. If I'm teaching these people and there's videos of me and I die today, did I teach them the right shit? You know what I mean? And I'm not really sure if I'm doing I'm not, you know. Right. But the problem is, how do I explain that to them? Like, is it even possible to explain it to them? Or is it like, we have to teach them, it's you touch, you do the thing, and now little by little you make it one thing, and you pray they get it? Because I've noticed in the Yang style, because I really believe this in my heart, that Yang style and Yang style and Wing Chun essentially are supposed to be the same. Like, it's like Yang style Tai Chi is Wing Chun with stepping, and Wing Chun is Yang style with like more linear stepping and less moves. Like that, because you're supposed to both have the Wu internal Fajing, and you're supposed to both have the fucking boxing. So I think there's some connection in my heart. I feel like there's a connection, you know what I mean? But I don't see enough people that are getting the thing, you know? Like I don't want to die and feel like I failed, like another 100 other guys failed. I am so sorry, guys. I forgot to charge my phone. It says it's restoring itself. Am I still here? All right. I am so sorry, guys. Okay. My bad. I forgot to put the phone on the charger. I messed up. I did a big boo-boo. I'm going to try to start streaming from the actual stream rig from now on. Because people, weren't really getting notifications and stuff like that. So I have a professional stream rig. I'm back. Am I back? Am I actually back? Are you still here? All right, I see people talking. It'll stay this time because I actually have the plug inside. But I've been lazy. I've been only using the phone. I have a professional stream rig that I use for my classes. I just don't use it for the YouTube stream because, you know, they treat me like shit. I only come to see hi to my friends and the few people that come to my stream. So I don't want to go and put myself and do all this effort, you know, but I'm going to start streaming from the real rig now that I have the studio set up. But it should stay on for now. I'm sorry about that. Thanks for sticking around. Yeah. I don't even know about myself. I don't know anybody. You know, all I do for myself is I practice Kung Fu, I play guitar, I eat vegetables. I meditate, you know. The only partying I get is when I come on live and I have a couple of drinks with you guys and talk Kung Fu. So I probably should be more responsible and actually use the gaming rig. This is 7. This is the rig I used since you've known me. That's the gaming rig. That's the streaming rig. So it's the same exact shit because I'm Poe. I use Poe because my well, you know, my fucking ex got abducted and then put in a mental institution and then fucking destroyed my fucking company. You know that story. I was working as a bodyguard for a federal indictment for the SEC, fucking all over the news. My girl gets abducted by this fucking crazy whore. She gets locked in a mental institution. You know, I'm fucking dealing with fucking like venture capitalists trying to kill one of my students. The nun next door to my house breaks her fucking leg. I'm sitting there dressing her 3 times a day while working in this place, while teaching my students, while working as a bodyguard, while driving up 3 hours north to go see this fucking ungrateful whore. You know? So expert movement fell apart. And then YouTube fucked me over and Google fucked me over because I paid them thousands of dollars in advertising and they just robbed me. But anyway, I'm hoping I can get back to what John was saying because he was giving me some good insight and I kind of got lost. And now I'm upset because I was getting some good Win Chun shit finally, and now I don't remember what he was saying. Fucking me. I'm a Kung Fu technical nerd, so it's like when someone starts giving me fucking like new Kung Fu stuff, I get nerdy. And now like I lost my fucking nerd chance. Seven, if you knew what happened to Kitty, the real story, you'd be disgusted. I have video evidence just in case. If anybody tries to say I did anything, I have her testimony when I went to go pick her up at 4 o'clock in the morning. So if anybody, I keep everything on record. What was happening to me was so fucked and so disgusting. It's so disgusting. And I feel bad for her. But she went to the hospital. I tracked her down for days. I saved her from these fucking crazy people. And I have like evidence. Like they were trying to put cameras in the wall. Bro, it was some Illuminati crazy shit. And when she went to the hospital, I'm so sorry, I miss you, I want to come home. And then she disappeared for 3 days and she didn't have medication. And I went to this old school wise guy, like a mafia dude in New York. He said to me, I said, what do I do? He says, you gotta take it to the psychiatrist. But he says to me, because that's how the Guidos talk. I says to the guy, he says to me, once you take her to a psychiatrist, you're gonna lose her. That's what they do. Bro, she went in that hospital, and 3 days she disappeared. I was tracking her down, I called the state, all this stuff. It was like a robot. Like, she, I want to go home. And then, like, I called, and then she's like, you don't understand the shit I went through. She's like, we have decided I will not be coming home. Goodbye. And then she became a cam whore. So like 5 years of me fucking saving her life, she became a fucking whore. But I did the right thing, even though nobody knows. I never told the story, sadly, because I didn't want to disgrace her and her family. But the bitch got into an argument with my mother. She ran away with some fucking whore I had to go to. The whore drugged her, locked her in a house for 5 days, got able to fuck her husband. She wound up in a fucking mental institution. That's what happened to Kitty. Because she didn't listen to me. I told her, I don't want to help my mom. Every time I help my mom, something bad happens. And she helped my mom. She got to a fight with my mother. She went to this fucking crazy bitch, Christina, who literally was setting her up, had cameras on the fucking walls. I have evidence. Adult kidnapping. It's crazy. Crazy fucking story. So, poor Kitty. Now she's a whore. Anyway, is John still here? Because I want that lesson. I want to be able to teach my students real Wing Chun stuff. Fuck. God damn it. I feel like I got robbed. I try my best to keep the mechanical stuff as close to as I know it, but I'm no expert in Wing Chun. You know what I mean? The people oh, there he is. What were we talking about, bro? I'm sorry. I didn't mean that to happen. But I try my best to keep it historically correct. But most of these guys in Chinatown, they don't speak fucking English. The ones that do, you never know if they're telling you the real shit. It's hard to fucking tell. I do the best with what I've gotten, and then some of the stuff I fixed because some of the stuff that when I play with these guys and I can catch them, I'm like, I don't think you're doing it right, so I do it the way I think it should be done. And it's not always how I saw them do it, because I was explaining to you. When I see people do the bang sao, I see them pushing a bang sao to catch people. And we have a move like that in karate. We call it an elbow block. So and I do this in my Tai Chi form. And tell me if this is correct, because a lot of times people will come with a straight something, punch, whatever, and we call it elbow. We call it elbow block, but it's like that low bang sao, and we catch it with the hands, but we're really catching it in that direction. And I noticed when I play people in the park, they'll catch me this way. It's almost like they're trying to pierce me. And something about that bothers me, because I look at the inside this, my theory is I divide the middle finger in half. The hard side is the back of posterior oblique sling in the shell, and the bottom side is the interior oblique sling and the receiving side. So when I feel, if my veins and arteries are showing, I'm trying to get to here. And that's where I'm from my memory, and I don't see enough good explanations on YouTube, I don't know if the real Wing Chun bang sao, where do you start it? Because I don't remember the Silim Tao form. I remember I did the form. I remember the opening thing. I remember but I don't remember the right way. And I feel like an idiot. But I remember the shapes, but I don't remember the way. and I don't want to look stupid, But you said this was correct. I feel it when I wind up. Because in Tai Chi I had this so many times. Well, I'll be in because my ward off is a bang sao. I come up like this and coil. Because if you reduce Chen Man Ching's form and you reverse engineer it, here's the simplified form. But if you put a coil in it, the only way to coil is from the low bang sao to whatever this shape, I guess a sao, I guess you call it. It's we wind up like this to a tan sao. I don't feel that if my hands is palm facing the opponent, I should ever be not trying to revert to this, Tanza. Because whenever there's pressure on this side, going to my theory, if we have pressure on a flat surface, I'm going to divide that pressure into 50-50. So if his pressure is on the top of the 50-50, this is going to rotate me this way, because this is 100, but on the 100 circle, he's 50-50 on the top. This becomes yin, this becomes, and it's like, oh, I'm sorry, this becomes yang, this becomes yin. So it's like I wind up in this position, so I don't ever feel like I can do the bong style the way that the people in the park are doing it. And that's the only experience of Wing Chun that I have. So when I say that Wing Chun and Tai Chi are mixed together, I don't have an exact reference point to tell them this is the real way. Because all my ward-off starts with a low bong style, and then goes to a tan style. Every single ward-off I do in my form is going to start in a low bong style, and then wind up in this back fist hook type of shape, because I'm hitting with a back fist, and then go to a tan style. So I don't know if the correct, I've always tried to unify Tai Chi and Wing Chun. I don't know if the correct method is that the bong style has a forward energy. I think that's what I'm trying to say. Like 100%, if I was going to ask you one question while you're here, is the bong, because I look at a cotton needle, the finger's always pointing, but is the bong style supposed to be leading forward? Ever? Like, is there ever a point where this bong style should feel like a forward shape? That's really my question. If I'm going to get like one real lesson out of you, do you ever think that the bong style is a forward shape, or is it always? Because I feel it as like he's touching it. I want to fold up, and whenever I play people in the parks 7 years ago, 7 years ago, whenever I go to like touch them and they do the bong style, I feel like they're trying to like open me up, and whenever they do that, I just peach on over I just cut them, and I don't know if it's because they suck or because like they're doing the right thing, and I'm just stronger than them, and I don't want to say something wrong in a style that I don't do. You know, that's the reality. I want to make sure that my knowledge of the other system is good enough that I don't discredit myself in my karate and my Wing Chun, and my Tai Chi. That's what I'm really trying to get. The little bit I get to see John, you know, when John graces with his presence from fucking Hong Kong, that's what I'm trying to figure out. So, the bong style is a circular motion, coiling goes forward if your center of mass goes forward. Center of mass goes forward. Do you mean forward in a step, or is it forward from my tilt or center? Because I can go forward with my foot. Because in my form, what I do is in my rollback, I have rollback, which is liu, lie, and then I have this bong. But my bong style happens on a retreat. So it's like we have tan style, I guess you call this G, Po, I'm trying to remember the names. It's a palm, it's a knife hand palm strike, Pak style, and then this is what we call it which is splitting, this is grinding. And then from this grind, I have the elbow guard and then the bong style. But to me, that's a retreat. It's either. So it doesn't matter. Because the thing that I how I remember it is that when these fucking idiots come, they always feel stiff, and it always feels like they're doing this. Is it in the camera? Shit. Give me a second. Sorry, guys. I was being casual. What it used to feel like to me was every time I felt we were doing like the Chisai, we were rolling with them, it felt like they were trying to do this. It felt like they were trying to pierce me with the bong sound. It's like a real, like, it was like, that's what the feeling was. In my form, it's more like a, this. Does that make sense? Does that make sense what I'm trying to ask? Because this has been bothering me for 10 fucking years. Well, at least 7 years. Since I've been here, this has really been bothering me. Because when I go over my form, every time when we get to this point, we have a dot, we have a palm strike, we have a rollback, we have this split. And then after this split, I have a retreat. And this is like a coil to open. But when I remember people doing that, it was always forward. It's still a bong style because there's a shape, the shape actually is the name. So it's basically if my palm is down and the fingers are out, it's a bong style. It doesn't matter if the guy is coming in or out, it's still a bong style because the shape is what the name is. I think that's the right question. Always turn the ball, but as it rotates, the ball can move forward, backward. So basically, you're saying it doesn't matter if the input pressure is a pressure or a vacuum. As long as my shape resembles this and the ball is spinning, I'm still doing bong style to tan or fook style. So basically, like the frame is more important than the energy that I'm projecting. Bong style is not a shape, it's a motion. That's the fucking question. So is bong style a shape that's rolling towards the guy, or is bong style a shape that's rolling away to a tan style? Is a bong style a shape going to a folk style, or is bong style a shape going to a tan style? That's what's boggling my fucking mind. I know it's not, because you just said it's not a shape, it's a motion, but I don't have another way to describe the motion. Is it a bong feeding into tan, or is it a bong pushing into like a hook? This is hook, right? The hook. Hook, right. This one. Is it, you know what I'm saying? Because it's exactly the opposite. It's literally backwards. Like because when I do this, I'm playing with somebody and I get this over here and he presses me and I do this. I always go to this. Like I've done this thousands of times. Like I can't even not do it. He pushes me and I wind up here. But when I play people, they wind up like, it's like they fucking, I feel like they're trying to like push a button. So I don't know if their Wing Chun sucks or I'm just not understanding it. And again, I've been by myself. I know it's hard to understand. I've been completely alone for 6 years. Like completely alone. Like I had a couple of girls, come over to visit me once in a while. Like they'll fly in for like a couple of days. I go see the fucking people at the supermarket. People come in to take lessons. I don't see anybody. The time circle into a bong. But the forward and back is the body moving. You mean from the shoulder, I'm assuming, not from the hand. So if that's the case, if the bong is circling from the tongue, and the movement has to come, I'm assuming the movement comes from the shoulder, not the elbow. Because if it comes from the elbow, it's coming from this muscle from the thumb. So I'm assuming you're talking about from the shoulder. So in that case, if I was to step forward, I could pierce him. And it would be both. In proper Wing Chun, there was never any pushing or any direction. The character of contact touch is always mutual. From shoulder and center. So basically you're saying is, if I'm not pushing, it's exactly the same as Tai Chi. His input tells me what to do. So if he's on this side, his input would make me go forward. If he's on this side, his input would make me go back and forward on this side. So we'd wind up with jaw. If I'm reading what you said correctly. From the shoulder and the center. Because if the shoulder and the center would be separated, if he's touching my elbow and I'm here, I would wind up in the tonsil. If he's going over here, I wind up in the jaw, like the UG form. So it's basically saying that both actions are correct. Yes, 7 is exactly what it is. Because all Tai Chi and Wing Chun on the basic level is snake and crane, but snakes are just a fucking remember when we were in the 80s, 90s, they had that little can, and you open the can, the snake pops out? That's all of Tai Chi, Wing Chun, and karate, and the good karate that I learned. The punch is the same. The Chen style punch is a horse stance punch. The Wing Chun punch is the fucking reverse punch. It's the same fucking style. Everybody wants to be fancy and like say that they're better than everybody else. It's not. They all come from the fucking tee shot boxing, 5 fucking answers to 8 in 1 and shit. It's all the same family. Everybody wants to be famous and be special. But you're either coiling, you're compressing a coil from this side, or you're compressing a coil across. That's all there is. And really fancy, super high level, you compress a coil this way. That's it. There's 3 coils. And there's nothing else. Everybody wants to be like, I'm better than you. It's nonsense. But I'm more worried about, because I have to teach, and there's people that come to me from all over the place that do other styles. I don't want to be historically inaccurate. You know what I mean? Like, even if I can because I can make it work because I've been doing this so long. Like, I can do their bong style and make it work in either direction because I've been fighting my whole fucking life. But it doesn't mean it's like to, Sun Ting Wong's lineage, and like, because people are looking at me now as like I have to like maintain some standard, I don't want to tell them the wrong thing. You know what I mean? And be remembered as the guy who fucked up. My Wing Chun. Self does not press. That's what I'm saying. So that's exactly how I explain it. In my system, your yi, which is G. G is press, but my system, yi and G are the same. If I point at you, you feel me pointing. So my pointing is the press. The ball is, if I make a chi ball, my hands, I make a chi ball from my heart. I make a chi ball from my armpit. I make a chi ball in my dantian. I make a chi ball between my knees. I make a chi ball on the outside. I time every single chi ball with a gear and a chain. So if like a motorcycle has the sprockets, I have a sprocket in my wrist, is the rear sprocket, this is the front sprocket in the motorcycle. Or a 10-speed fucking bike. So if this gear moves, this gear moves, this gear moves, this gear moves. In the same token, this sphere moves, this sphere moves, this sphere moves, this sphere moves, this sphere moves. So I think we're saying the same exact thing with different words. So if you watch me do the celestial dragon form thing, I'll do forgive me my bad technique, I'm not really feeling too great, I have a bad toe. So I'll do from the word off left. If you can see the timing, you see what I mean? Like the timing is exact. Like I'm attempting to do exact. It's broken toe and drunk. It's the same, okay. I'm going to do a review this week. I just unpacked my books. I gotta find my Wing Chun books because I don't want to feel stupid again. I feel like I'm on the spot. Good. Right, but you're older than me. You came from the good generation. My generation is the last, like it was the transfer. And after us is bad, man. It's really bad. It's really bad. Like, I went to World Tai Chi Day, and the instructors weren't bad. But even the instructors, they changed the form. They thought they were doing the real form. They didn't know they weren't doing the real form. Because I do Chen Man Jing form. I don't do it, but I learned it 20 years ago. The Chen Man Jing form they're doing is not Chen Man Jing form. The Wing Chun I saw was not Wing Chun. The Shaolin I saw was not Wing Shaolin. It's bad. You won't. Shit. And that's a problem. Because John, like, the problem I have is that I'm young, and for the last 20 years, these guys have tried to they terrorize me. No matter what I do for them, it's never enough. I give them my teachers, and it doesn't matter. Most Wing Chun is nothing. I have. I actually went, last time I spoke to you, I looked at a couple of videos. There's a lot of stuff that I think, because I didn't really sit there and 1,000 hours, really study the stuff. But I gave him a good 20 hours, you know what I mean, over 3-4 months. I really feel like I was pretty close to his idea, but I space it out in 5 different martial arts. You know what I mean? But I don't mention the guy because I don't want to disrespect. I'm old school. As much as I'm an asshole, I'm still old school, you know? I don't want to say that I'm similar to somebody when I don't really know their whole thing. You know what I mean? I can say my grandmaster's Wan Kuk Lee's, Sun Li Jun Ho. I can say Wan Ho Jiao because I did the Chun style. I can say Chen Man Cheng and William Chen. I don't want to mention people that I didn't really give them the honor of spending 100, 200 hours and I know what you're talking about. You know? That's why I'm very careful with the Wing Chun stuff I explain. Because the Wing Chun stuff I explain to people, I tell them this is the concept that I got from them. I don't want to tell people that it's like exactly, this is Wing Chun, because I don't really feel I know it. You know what I mean? Yeah, but in one hand, I feel like I want to be historically accurate, because in my heart I feel like I know what I'm talking about, but on the other hand, there's so many people who are stupid, and then they're gonna like look for anything I say that's not on the track. And I don't want to be the guy who gets one video that goes fucking viral, and then all of a sudden the Tai Chi and Wing Chun guys look stupid. You know what I mean? What's up, man? No. What's up, man? How you doing? And that's what, because I don't make money on this. You know what I mean? I get my private lessons, I do other things. If I was to die today, I don't want to be remembered as the guy who fucked up. Because so many people already hate on me. You know what I mean? And it's like, I would like to be remembered as helpful. As stupid as that sounds, even though I'm not the biggest asshole on the internet. I especially for like, because I didn't really, I played Wing Chun. I didn't do Wing Chun, you know what I mean? I played it. I did the form a couple of times. I read the books. I incorporated, I saw the connections. But I'm not a Wing Chun guy, you know? And I spent 30 years in karate and Tai Chi. I wouldn't want them to do that to me, you know? And because I'm autistic, I guess, you know, like I don't want to be remembered like that. You know what I mean? Like it bothers me. You know, if I was to die today, I wouldn't want to be remembered for my 300 videos as the guy who fucked up the Wing Chun guys, you know? Because like they were my friends, you know. I don't want to like leave a legacy behind that's like I made people get a clip of it and they fucking screw it up. There's so many. I wouldn't be able to sleep at night. I know it sounds stupid, but that's really how I think, you know. Because like I don't got anything else to do, you know. I do my martial arts. I fucking train people. I eat my vegetables. I play some heavy metal, and that's my life, you know? I don't want to be the guy who gets one viral video and then people clip it 50 times and it's wrong. It really would bother me to no fucking end. It would fucking piss me off. It would fucking really piss me off. They already, bro, 20 years. Fucking the Fascia project, they already fucking hate me. Well, and that's why I thought you, because like when I saw you on the, like I heard you speaking, I'm like, this guy understands what I'm talking about. Like, in one hand, I'm like, I have a very good eye for body mechanics. Like, this is like, I was like famous in New York for this. Like, I can look at you for 5-10 seconds, I can tell you, this is off, like, I have a very fine eye for body mechanics. When I saw you moving, I'm like, oh, that looks correct. You know what I mean? And when you explained it like, it made sense to me. You know what I mean? So, like, that's why I give you a lot of respect, because, like, I've been doing this my entire life. You know what I'm saying? Like, I'm not, this is my whole, I don't know anything else. I know this, I know music. Like, I was a music engineer, I was also a computer, I was a hacker guy. That was a long time ago. But my main thing in life was martial arts and music. So like I'm very high level in these things when it comes to like analyzing people, and I'm a little like retarded. So when I saw you moving, I'm like, okay, he has the thing, you know, but I only did Wing Chun, I would say collectively in 30 years for a year and a half. You know what I mean? Like collectively in 30 years, because I did it as a kid, I read the books, I played with my friends. I never attended a class. I learned Wing Chun from fighting with people in the parks, you know, drinking whiskey. We drink 40s, not whiskey. We would get drunk, we'd smoke a little pot, and we'd fucking beat each other up. And then we'd share technique. It wasn't like I learned this is the thing, you know. I learned this is the thing from the books. And I don't want to disrespect the Wing Chun guys, because I wouldn't want them to do that to me. So you know what I'm saying? I want to make sure I'm very correct, because there's a lot of Wing Chun theory in my form. But I always tell people, like, I think this is what it's called. I don't want to say, like, oh, because I wouldn't want them to me. You know what I mean? Like, if someone spends, like you, 40 years on a fucking style, and some jerk off comes along, some drunk asshole from fucking the ghetto, and it's like, I do Wing Chun, I wouldn't want that to happen to me. You know, and I couldn't, I know I guess I'm a softie. I couldn't live with myself if I got caught doing it so wrong. You know what I mean? Like, you know, I want to be as good as I can without like an official lineage, you know? But I really do believe it, that the Yang style, when I look at the etymology, like 1956, they killed all the masters from the 40s to 1956. I really believe the Yang style is just a way to hide all of the fucking technique. Because if you look at the old, like Ban Hao, Shan Hao, like lineage, the one-off is this. There's different steps, but the shape is here. You know, they have this shape. You look at Dragon style, Hakka styles, you look at White Crane, they have the same shape as the Wing Chun. So I wonder if the Wing Chun and the Yang style were a way to save the DNA when the communists took over and killed everybody. And this is my theory. I can't prove it. But I really believe that Wing Chun and Tai Chi were a way of giving, like, there's like a DNA code put into like a freezer, and it's waiting for like autistic geniuses or like stoner guys taking mushrooms to figure it out. I have nothing to prove it, but in my heart, that's what I feel. You know what I mean? And that's what I tried to do. Like, I tried to see, like, well, if, you know, Wing Chun means little idea, and then we're killing everybody in 1956, what is the little idea they're talking about? And then I look at, like, Tai Chi, and Tai Chi's like, the grand ultimate, it has everything. What is everything? And that was my road. And I don't know if people are going to appreciate it, because everybody's like, they want to see, like, they know somebody, you know? Is it common to me? Yeah, that's what I mean. I can't prove it, you know? And I don't want to go up against the Wing Chun guys or the Tai Chi guys. I did this because I don't know what else to do in my life. That's all I know how to do. You know, I don't have any family. All I know is this. You know, I know how to do music and martial arts. I don't know anything else. And that was my path. I didn't have any other thing. I had my masters were my family. Like, I didn't have anybody else. So, like, for me, it was more like, I don't know what else to do with myself. Like, that's either that, or if I don't keep doing Kung Fu, I'm just going to die and wind up some, like, criminal drug addict or something. You know? So, like, I don't know, with the current state of the world, I don't know what the right thing to do is. And now Sifu Shoyi, from what was once AP Tai Chi, who's now under me in Tai Chi United, I don't want to give them something, because I've been very sick. You know, I didn't tell anybody, but I've had some really bad problems. I shouldn't be alive right now. And if I was to die tomorrow, I don't want them to, like, I don't want to leave them with something that's not the real thing, you know? And it bothers me. Because, like, I can, like, die any day, you know? And I don't want to leave her and her students with something that I feel like I didn't give them the right thing. You know what I'm saying? And it bothers me. Because, like, I did the best I could. You know what I mean? And I want to make sure, like, if I, like, was to disappear tomorrow, like, as much as the people hate me, I know that once I'm gone, they're going to all say, oh, we loved him, and he was the greatest, and he helped us all after they stole my shit. but I want to make sure that I said it the right way. You know, that was like my main goal, and I appreciate you taking the time because a lot of the Wing Chun guys, I asked them and they just they blow me off. So I appreciate you, John. Thank you. And that's the real story. You know, when I did the opening of the form, it's a mean average of karate, light crane, snake, Wing Chun, Mahjong Yi, and Tai Chi. So you have, when we do the opening, you have the regular dragon style opening, like, you know, whatever, like, you know, your formal setting the bows, shooting the arrows, your dot, your bong style, your tan style, your wuji. But when we do that, we also have the coil. So you can see that everything's there. Gennaro, como? All right. Well, John, thank you so much. I don't want to keep, I'll fucking geek out with you on Tai Chi and Wing Chun forever. I'm a martial arts geek. But I appreciate you fixing this stuff for me, because that was a real problem for me, figuring out this goddamn bong style thing. So I'm going to go review the names of the shapes, because I think they're very similar. I appreciate you, John. Anybody who's watching the stream, John Kaufman, good people, check out his Wing Chun, very good. I always say this, the Tai Chi and the Wing Chun are brother and sister. Because of the communist revolution, the color revolution, they were killing everybody. So in 1956, they were like shoving techniques into a bucket, trying to save them. So as an anthropologist, I would say that like the Tai Chi and the Wing Chun, they were trying to save the DNA of the movement. And I thank you, John, for helping me. You know, I'm still trying to figure it out. I'm not perfect. I can tell you I fucked up a lot of people though. Because a lot of people got their ass whipped and, you know, had their face rearranged. So the stuff that the people in New York gave me, thank you, because I'm still pretty. But I appreciate you guys. And I'll let you guys go because I'll just keep geeking out and I'll keep fucking being annoying and saying, hey, teach me another thing. Because I'm an asshole. But yeah. Thanks. But yeah, I'll review the names because next time you come by, I'm going to make sure I know the names and the techniques. Because I was annoyed. I didn't feel good. I couldn't remember the names. So it's Bang Sao, Tan Sao, Buji, Wu Sao. I thought this was Dan Sao. Like when you do like this. Like, because we have this in my form. But I call it a Philly shell. But you said it's a low bang sao. So it's low bang sao. We have a tan sao here. I don't know what this is called. We call this outside forearm block. So it's like inside forearm block, outside forearm block. That's how we call it. Inside forearm block, outside forearm block. Dot, palm press, split, and then you have the bang sao again. But I'm gonna review. If you have any cool Wing Chun list thing, please post it in the Discord if you have the time. Because there's 100 people in there, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Even though they all lurk and they only like miss each other in like DMs, I'm sure they'll appreciate it. Alright, let me get the fuck out of here because I'm just gonna bother him. I'm gonna keep like extracting Wing Chun shit from this guy. So let me get out of here. Thank you guys for sticking around after the phone died. And I'm gonna try to be on more often. Tomorrow, Sunday, I'm gonna test out my stream rig. I'm gonna be more professional. I never do this channel stream from my gaming rig because I'm just hanging out with you guys, but that dying kind of fucked me over, so I'm gonna do it tomorrow. Okay, guys. I love you. Give me your presence. Price of gratitude. I'll see you next time. Thanks, guys. Peace out.